اللي شرفتنا من بلاد تانية، والكل حد وفر وقته إن هو يحضر معانا المناقشة الهامة دي. فإذا سمحتوا لي أنا هقلب باللغة الإنجليزية عشان أقول شوية يعني أهداف إحنا حابين إن إحنا نشاركها معاكم بالنسبة لليوم، وإن شاء الله يبقى نوفقنا جميعا في مناقشة مهمة جدا حوالين دور المرأة في التحول الأخضر. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much once again for joining us this morning for this very important discussion about the green economy and its intersection with women, economic participation, employment, and entrepreneurship. As you are aware, IDRC, the International Development Research Center, is part of the International Development Envelope of Canada, and our mandate as a center is to support research for development. In this way, we work on funding organizations like many of you in this room, and our objective is to generate knowledge that would be then utilized for informing better policies, better programs that would support development and the improvement of the Sustainable Development Goal realization. We do this in partnerships and in alliances. And today is an example of an opportunity where we would like to exchange with you on this very important topic as it relates to the MENA region in particular. There's a wealth of expertise and knowledge in the room that we would like to take advantage of, not just through the very inspiring panels that we will have, but more so in the informal discussions, in the networking and the opportunities that this opportunity will avail for all of you to exchange together. As we begin, I want to keep in your mind a number that many of you will recognize from several years. 20%. So 20% is the average percentage of women's labor participation for the past 3 decades in the MENA region. 20%. Despite the improvements in education levels, a lot more women are accessing higher education and even excelling in particular sectors like, for example, science, technology, and mathematics and engineering. But still the MENA paradox, where we have very low participation in the labor market, is lingering with us. And of course, there are numerous studies that IDRC and other organizations have done to understand this paradox and what the barriers are for women labor participation, be it structural, cultural, and other factors. So my invitation to you today is, while we, linger more on understanding the barriers, I would really invite that we look beyond the barriers, that we look at the opportunities, and that we look at the successes that we've had also in the past, and how we can scale those and how we can improve this 20%. Having said that, of course, I will hear some of you say, yes, but women participate in the economic, in economic growth through various modalities, including the informal sector, which is very true, and it might be the case, but this is not also the ideal scenario, because it does not give women the same opportunities for economic participation, growth, and also there are some precarious conditions that are involved within those informal sectors. Now let's delve more closely at the green economy. In a time where the world is grappling with a lot of international development challenges, among which, particularly in this region, given the conflict and the rising concerns of marginalization of certain populations, But also climate change is reality. We're seeing it in so many forms. We're seeing it in the increase in temperature and in different kind of events that we haven't got used to. Lengthening of the summer, shortening of the winter, scarce rainfall, and extreme issues related to food security. This is a reality. So the green transition, or looking at sustainable solutions to transition into a more durable, more environmentally friendly approaches, is not just, there isn't just the motivation for it, but there is the dire need to do it. And it's also an opportunity for creating new jobs, for higher income, and also for addressing particular gaps across various sectors. But women participation in the green transition is still very low. So globally, 32% of women are participating in the various subsectors of the green economy. In the MENA region, it's no more than 5 to 7%. So you can see that there is a challenge, a huge challenge, while there is the opportunity and the dire need and motivation. So it's really the time that we can ask the right questions about what are the concrete barriers, what are the possible solutions. Given that there has been lots of investments in the past of donor funding that went into skills building projects for women, working with private sector in order to encourage creating new jobs, particularly for women, something is not connecting together. And so one of the motivations for us to hold this discussion with you is to bring a little bit more insight into what the role of organizations like IDRC and others to work with evidence in order to inform policies. What is it that we don't know so that we can inform our research agendas? And what is it that we know but are not disseminating enough, communicating enough, so that it's uptaken to support policy and program decisions? It's one of our key objectives, how to close the gap between research and policy impact. I want to also maybe highlight two more aspects. That whenever there is a crisis situation, everybody, of course, gets affected, but women are hugely targeted. When COVID hit, the jobs that were lost were primarily female jobs. Everybody lost jobs, but women lost more jobs. It's the easy solution. In conflict situation, as we will hear from some of our colleagues and the panelists that will join us later on, how women are impacted. And all those situations are the backdrop of our MENA operations. While we are talking about the green transition, we are not losing sight of conflict and lack of funding and political pressures and so on. But it is a must do. So, in today's discussions, we will look at various perspectives from policymakers, from researchers, from private sector across the region, from the North Africa to countries that are in fragile settings to the Gulf. So we will hear different perspectives. And maybe we will draw some conclusions about the commonalities, but also about the unique specificities of the region. The region is not homogeneous, while it has a lot of things that are in common, but it's not homogeneous. There are specificities for the sub-regions. But it seems that it's from everything that we are learning from research that boosting women's participation, particularly in the green economy, is not just a moral imperative, it's actually a good business and economic pathway. And the opportunity for creating at least 20% more improvement in GDP is possible through inclusive job creation that involves women. I would invite you to share your experiences and to engage with the participants of today and also on the panelists. There are colleagues who are also joining us online. And I'd like, before I hand over to the first panel, I would like to give you also some housekeeping notes. There is simultaneous translation, as you see in the back, to Arabic, between Arabic, French, and English. And if you don't have a headset and you need one, you can get it from the back of the room. Please, if you are in the room, you just select the channel and feel free, the panelists, to switch between the different languages as you feel comfortable with the topic that you're discussing. For those of you joining us online, also a very warm welcome. And you can select your preferred language through the online screen guidance. If you have any problems, you can text our colleagues, they will be able to guide you. Please note that this event will be recorded and will be shared later on, parts of it, and other colleagues who couldn't make it, so it will be used to further the discussion and sharing the knowledge from our event today. There is a photographer in the room, Nadia, you can see her here at the head of the table, and there she will be taking some photos and videos. But we would like to request that if you have any reservations on having your pictures taken, please raise your hand, and my colleagues, Joanna and Alexandrine, can guide Nadia to who doesn't want to have their pictures taken. Or if at any point you would like to say something that is, that wanted to be off the record, you can also make a note for us so that we don't keep it in the recording and it's not disseminated. We want this to be a safe space for everyone. Refreshments will be served in the annexed room here during the coffee breaks, and lunch will be offered at the end of the day at around 3 p.m. On your tables, there is a QR code where you can scan it with your phone so that you can access the digital package, including the agenda, the biographies, the list of participants, and so on. We want it to be, to walk the talk and be as green as possible so we don't print and distribute folders. And I very much appreciate the idea that was suggested also by Dr. Layla Skandar, who is going to be with us on the first panel. She actually suggested, why don't you recycle the badges? So as you leave the room, maybe you don't want to take your badge with you, you can drop it at the reception area and we'll be happy to reuse it. Thank you, Dr. Layla, for reminding us of that. Each table also has some index cards. So we want to make the panels as efficient as possible. If you have a question that you would prefer to write it down, please write it down, raise it, and my colleagues here are going to collect them so that we can, hand them over to the panelists. And of course, if you feel the urge to say something out loud, please also give us a signal. For the colleagues joining us online, we also look forward to your active participation, so please share your questions in the chat, and my wonderful colleagues will also pay very close attention to the chat and the questions that you have. Thank you again for being here, and we really look forward to a dynamic and inspiring discussion. We feel that this is going to be a very exciting day, and we look forward to your participation and also your feedback by the end of the day. If I have not missed anything else, can I move forward to the the first panel? Okay, so I would like to invite the first panel to please join me on the stage. I will have the pleasure of moderating that panel with Dr. Layla Skandar, the founding member of CID Consulting and the former Minister of State for Urban Renewal and Informal Settlements in Egypt. And before that, she was also the Minister of State for Environmental Affairs. You have the details of the bio online. we have Ms. Suzanne Michail, the Director of Women Employment in the Green STEM and Care Economy from UN Women Regional Program for the Arab States. We have Engineer Ruba الزعبي أنا بنطقها زي الخواجات كده ما يصحش والله. الزعبي اتفضلي. She is an advocate and global leader in the field of climate mainstreaming, green economy, and international development with more than 23 years of experience. Thank you, Ruba. And last but not least, my colleague and friend, Ms. Amal Mouafi, the Egyptian development professional for over 20 years, but she is the ILO regional focal point for youth employment and the director of ILO in Jordan. So I'll move now to you. I have to say that I feel very lucky, to be honest, to be with such a wonderful panel. And I'm really privileged to meet you all and to share together not just that it's an all-women panel, but also that it brings in a lot of diversity. So we have the policy expertise, we have the international organizations perspective, we have the local perspective. And I would like to start by maybe asking you all to give just a few minutes of 2 or 3 minutes of an introductory remarks about what you really see. And I want to flip the question the other way. What do you see as the opportunities, given all the barriers that we have, given all the context that we talked about? What do you see is the opportunity for us in the MENA region to flip, the role of women in the labor market participation at large, but more specifically as part of the green transition? I would like to start with you, Dr. Laila, and then we can move to Suzanne, and then to Ruba, and then to ILO.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for bringing us all here and having this discussion with all these wonderful people. My bias is the 60% people of the world, the informal sector. 60% of the world is 6 billion people. That's a lot of people. And what I see and have seen over many years of practice is that the opportunities for women are there. They are not counted. By the way, when we say 20%, Yawissam, we don't count the ones outside of the formal sector. So I'm happy to report that they are more than that, and they are there, and they are in the green economy. So that's what I see as an opportunity to start documenting these women and to highlight what they're doing and quantify it and then publish it, because up till now, when you read the literature, there's not enough said about it. Granted, these jobs are not the best in the world. I doubt that the ILO would define them as decent jobs, true, but that doesn't mean that they're not there and that they're not contributing to the reduction of global warming, livelihood, education of children, better nutrition. The labor force, they're there. So the dilemma for me is, while they are there and the opportunities are there, they're still not the best in the world for anybody, women or men. And how to go about improving them without destroying them is, I think, a major opportunity for us.
يعني لخصتي وأوجزتي وقلتي حاجة مهمة جدا يا دكتور ليلى. Thank you very much for that. I'll move to you, Suzanne. What's your perspective on Dr. Laila's point, and in general, what do you see as the opportunities?
With pleasure, Yawissam, and I'm really happy to be with all of you here today, of course, and I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Laila. Now, I see another opportunity as well, and it's with reference to your introduction, Yawissam, on the high level of education amongst women in the Arab states region. Wissam, if you remember, colleagues alluded to that there is a paradox in the region amongst women with very high level of education and low level of women labor force participation or labor law participation. Now, if we zoom into certain areas of education, this number is even more impressive. So in the area of STEM, for example, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, we know that the average in the Arab states region, or the proportion of graduates from the region, vary from 34 to 57%. And that is above the global average. And these faculties, these disciplines are of critical importance for the green transition, whether it's solar energy, whether it's climate smart agriculture. So the force is there, the workforce is there. That's one opportunity. The second opportunity is the necessity in the Arab states region to accelerate the green transition. There are estimates that the region will have to produce more than 60 gigawatts from now, 5 years, in the coming 5 years. That's 3 times what we have produced in the past 5 years. So you have the opportunities of an expanding sector on one hand, and you have the opportunity of women that are educated and ready, willing and able. So this too, if you match these two areas, of course, that's a unique opportunity for women in the Arab states region. Then, if I may, Wissam, also to touch upon an opportunity that we at UN Women see signs of in the area of social norms. We have for a very long period of time spoken about that not all social perceptions in the region enable women to enter the workforce at mass. Of course, there are those who will criticize this sentiment and will point at very well educated and career-driven women already all the back to the 40s and the 50s in Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, etc. That is, of course, true. But in the area of social norms, and we have conducted a couple of surveys in the past couple of years, there's a slight shift. 5-10 years ago, still the majority of people in the Arab states region would see that the man would be the main breadwinner in the family. In the past 2 to 3 years, there has been a bit of a shift in that. The latest surveys by UN Women show that more than 72% of men actually want to spend more time with their children. And one of the main reasons of anxiety and stress among young Arab men is this income generation responsibility. So there's a little bit more openness, I would say, or much more openness into that whole scenario of a dual income family. And I think it comes from social perceptions that are changing also out of pure necessity. Very few families today survive on one income. So there are opportunities related to the educational level, to the green transition that is critically important for the region, but also in the area of social perceptions overall.
Thank you so much, Suzanne, for that. This gives us new perspective of looking at least of some beacons of light where we can build for the future. Ruba, what are your perspectives on that?
Good morning. I don't know if there's anything left after Dr. Leila and Suzy. But just sharing my personal insights as a re-engineered engineer. That's how I call myself, because I'm an engineer by education who works in policy, socioeconomic development, entrepreneurship, and definitely women empowerment and green economy. It doesn't happen naturally, unfortunately, in our region, but the drivers for it to happen are women themselves. So I think the lost opportunity in the MENA region is when we expect women to sit and wait until they get empowered. And I speak to my own experience. I was the first policy director in the Ministry of Environment a long time ago. I'm not going to say how many years ago. And there were many situations where I used to be the only woman in the room, whether it's in the renewable energy initial sector development in Jordan, or in a power sector meeting, but today, looking at how many amazing women are there, they are in the room. But what we need to focus on in our part of the world is that they have the tools to influence and to make a difference. In my opinion, women are natural bridges. They are the glue that brings everything together. And yes, as Dr. Layla said, they are, 60% of the world population, and they raise the 40%. So women are really shaping the world. So if we're talking about energy transition, there is only one way possible to achieve it, which is inclusion, not because we're, nitmannan, or we're just giving them this advantage out of courtesy. It is really, they are the major player there. Maybe one more aspect, I think we also tend to sort of isolate green economy into engineering, science. These are the renewable energy engineers. These are the agriculture producers, although they're so important. I'm one of them. But I believe that it is across society. It is the teacher. It is the financial credit officer in a bank. It is the lawyer. And it is the human rights advocate. It is the civil society. It is the home-based business owner that produces local products. So we do have to redefine green jobs, green economy, green entrepreneurship, and just let the creativity play its role. Because as much as I would love to speak to engineering in particular, because I am an engineer, but really miracles happen when engineers work with all the other professions I mentioned. Working in a foreign policy entity now, I see a huge potential for the diplomacy side. And just to give you some initial general numbers, global, we don't have some for MENA, unfortunately. Data is another issue, by the way. I think we have 29% of women participation in the UNFCCC delegations, the party delegations that go to attend COPs, for instance, COP plus other Bonn and other conferences. But the heads of delegation, we have only 9% women. It really doesn't mean a lot if you look at how much local action is important. But in today's world, climate change, for instance, is a political and ethical issue before being an environmental issue, definitely. And this impacts access to finance. It impacts the voice, the representative voice of women, and as well as reflecting on the impact that climate change might have on their lives. So definitely, if we want to do green transition, women are going to drive it.
How inspiring. Thank you very much. I couldn't agree more. I think if women were more in leading position, we wouldn't see so many wars in the world like today. But thank you, Ruba. Amel, what does the ILO think about the informal sector and the opportunities where we can make those jobs decent jobs?
Thank you, Sam. You said that you are lucky to be on this panel and moderating it. I feel luckier actually to be part of it, and with this constellation of participants as well and other panelists that will be joining. So it is a great opportunity to be here. Actually, from an ILO perspective, we are having estimates that show that around 100 million jobs could be created in the green economy by 2030. So that is a huge opportunity if we're speaking about opportunities. And from an ILO perspective, we are a normative organization. We set the international labor standards. We speak about just transition. So it's not any transition. It has to be just. It has to be inclusive and fair at the same time, while also being very clear on creating decent jobs and decent work and leaving no one behind. So these are very critical aspects of a just transition. However, for this to happen, there are a number of important things that are opportunities as well. One thing is, and was alluded to, is voice. We are a tripartite organization. We always ensure that any standard-setting exercise and the policies and laws that emanate from it come from governments, employers, and workers. However, when it comes to women, it's very important to include NGOs and civil societies because of power dynamics. Women do not necessarily sit in those rooms where the decisions are being made. So it's good to bring them on board where we have the tripartite plus to make sure that women's voice is really heard and they have a seat on the table as such. So there are also many gaps, and we don't want to speak so much about the gaps, but some of the gaps also provide areas of opportunities. And I see data, and it was alluded to by Engineer Ruba, that data is a very important and crucial point, especially data that is disaggregated by gender. We are missing a lot of data. And like data when it comes to at the local level, what is happening at the local level, what is happening at the governorate level. A lot of the work that is happening at the urban level. So we are missing a lot of information at the local level. This is something. The other thing also is the importance of three things: policy, processes, and practices. And when I speak about policies, we do have in a number of countries, especially in the MENA region, employment, environmental, as well as economic policies that are done in silos and away from gender policies. So the policies do not speak to each other. We lack policy coherence, so there's an opportunity to make the policies speak to each other so as to deliver as such. At the sectoral level and the spatial level, and I alluded to the rural-urban divide that exists, because sometimes many of the development cooperation initiatives tend to focus at the urban level and ignore sometimes the periphery. So we need to be mindful that the sectoral interventions go to the pockets of poverty, goes to those furthest behind, and this is very important. Women tend to be locked perhaps in traditional sectors like the agricultural sector. And this is a sector where there's a lot of informality. Dr. Laila spoke about informality. Waste collection is a sector where there's a lot of informality as well. So, and the new sectors, the promising sectors, the sectors with higher value addition, like the renewable energy or green construction, these sectors tend to be male-dominated for many reasons, including education. You alluded to STEM. Many females go to STEM, but not so many transition into jobs in STEM. So there is also this transitional divide that we need to bridge. And when they don't go to the promising sectors, they're trapped in the informality. They're trapped in the traditional sectors that breed more of the informality. Practices, there are many practices, and there are many opportunities in practices. According to our colleagues at the UN Women, the WEPs, the Women Empowerment Principles, speaking about public and private procurement, how do they source from female-led enterprises in the green economy? So how do we have green procurements as such? A lot of opportunities are also around the enterprise development area. And when we speak about enterprise development, it's not only access to finance, and it's not only non-financial services, but many of the venture capital funds are not headed by females. And when females are not making the financing decisions, that is something that impacts the recipients. When you look at venture capital, you will find females focused more on the impact side rather than in the investment side. They are not part of the investment decision making. So that is an important point for shifting the needle. Many more and much more things to be said on that front, but I'll keep it for the next round.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Amel. And I think we've had a first round of different perspectives that is very complementary to each other. But Dr. Laila, I want to come back to you with a request to challenge a little bit that stereotype. Whenever we are in an international setting and we're discussing female labor participation, particularly for the MENA region, there's always the underlying perception that women in this region are oppressed, they are not decision makers, they are not in any leading position, masakin. I would like you to show us a few examples. You've had a wealth of experiences working from the grassroots, working at the policy level. Give us a few lighting examples of women who have, initiated, expanded on climate smart jobs, entrepreneurship. What made it work? What is it and what made it work?
Thank you for this question. I've been working with the waste sector for 40 years. In Cairo and in many emerging markets, the waste management sector is predominantly handled, we don't like to admit it, but it's handled by the informal sector. The recycling and recovery is done because our economies are not able to provide jobs. So what do poor people do? They are empowered to help themselves. They go out and create their own work, which is an amazing thing. But we fight them. First of all, we don't define their work properly. Second, we don't count them. Third, we don't publish about them. Fourth, we don't implement the right policies for them. يعني مثلا, to implement a just transition for the women who sort our trash. What do governments do? Dump site closure, على طول. They don't like to see dump sites because, of course, granted, they are not very good places for human beings, ماشي, but there are poor people that the government has not created an alternative employment for, who are making money instead of going into crime or prostitution. It's that simple. And dump site closure removes livelihoods of the poorest of the poor, mostly women who sort. Or, مثلا, another policy is, let's formalize them. And the only notion the government has of formalizing is to subsume them under formal companies who have contracts with the government. That does not end exploitation. In fact, it excludes women. Number one, they keep the men and they eliminate the women. So our policies are designed based on a faulty definition of what this work is, a lack of documentation, and a very poor publication about their work and what they contribute to the economy. I warrant that if we counted the work of these women in the green economy, our GDP would be much higher than we actually report. In one of my experiences with these people, to help them formalize in 2006, I must confess, I have been part of many donor projects that have all failed. معلش, confession. One of the donor projects was to formalize these people in 2006. And we compiled a very granular, comprehensive data set on the number of jobs, 17 jobs for every ton of municipal waste. The electricity they use, the investments, and the children they educate, the health they see, And we went to the National Statistical Agency. In Egypt, it's called CAPMAS. And we wanted to publish it to show the strength and the contribution of that sector. The first thing they wanted us to do was to report them so they could bring them into the tax system. We ran away with our data, and we keep it hidden up till today. When I was minister, I used to sign a report on how much Egypt recycles, and it used to say 3%. It's not, it's 80. But I used to, as an official, sign the wrong data because I knew that the policy, if this was public, would hurt them. Number one, would hurt the city. You want a clean city. And so, the data from the World Bank today about emerging markets the world over is that 2% of the world's population are recyclers. They're not waste workers, they're not scavengers, they are recyclers. And in many countries there have been struggles. In Colombia for 30 years, in Cairo for 70, I've only been with them 40. They have been struggling to become defined, documented data, and included in the policy in a way that doesn't destroy their work, but defines it and strategize how the city is going to keep public health alive and their jobs alive for many, many years. This is not happening. However, happy to tell you that we do have some positive, we said I will not leave you hanging there with all negative. We do have some happy examples in the waste sector and others. So in the waste sector, we have an upscaling of fashion, discarded fashion remnants that has been ongoing for 40 years. But what did it take? With the same people who sort our municipal trash, They have a parallel life. They still have to do that, and they make a lot of money doing that in very difficult circumstances, but to change it is another story. In parallel, for 40 years, 500 women have an enterprise to recycle rags, paper, aluminum can covers, Nespresso pods, and so on. But they could not do it on their own. They cannot get a license to practice, although the government has set up a one-stop shop where you can establish your business in 3 days. That's the easiest part. 3 days, you get a license, وبعدين. You cannot do an EIA, environmental impact assessment. You cannot get land. You cannot get permitting. You cannot do the bookkeeping. You cannot do your taxes. You cannot do your HR. You cannot enter into the value chain of your commerce. And I saw that in rural Egypt, in Upper Egypt in the south, with women that I personally know who wanted to do solar drying of tomatoes because they had learned it in a corporation, a big agro project, and they got so good at it that they said, Yalla, we want to go off and do this on our own. They registered business in no time because the government did establish a one-stop shop. But after that, they just couldn't make it because of all of the things I mentioned. So we have success stories that take accompaniment. These women who have been doing the discards from fashion rags for 40 years were accompanied and are under the umbrella of an NGO. Another success story is the one in rural Sharqiya, where you have contract farming. Women who grow cotton with their husbands are now empowered to keep growing organic cotton, but again, they have been accompanied by a private sector second farm. So up till today, I'm not talking about those who go to STEM schools. I'm talking about those for whom our economies have not and will not provide jobs.
Thank you very much, Dr. Laila, for this. Yani very, very powerful examples that are not about, you know, just the educated, but also at all level there are the potential for successes. And the main challenge I'm hearing, you know, through some of the things you said is this gap between what happens in real life, what's documented, what's informing policies, and what's really driving back decisions that would improve people's lives. And I want to go back to you, Suzanne, and ask you, how can governments and international partners work closer together to make sure that we address those bottlenecks, that we are able to not be our own enemy, in a way, against women's role in the green transition?
I think, Wissam, your question is alluding to governments and international organizations. If possible, I would also want to add the private sector into this formula, if you wish. So what we see now as some of the more successful programs, development programs, are programs that have been very deliberate in attracting private funding, private sector engagement, not only in policy formulation, but taking its role as also an implementer for development programs. Dr. Amal alluded to the WEPs, which I think is a great example. It's the Women's Empowerment Principles. This is an agreement, if you will, where you sign. First of all, you design the policy framework with the host government. So these are the minimum standards that a private entity needs to abide to. And then we sign an agreement with private sector companies to then implement some of the set standards. These are 7 principles, and the first principle is about women employment in the private sector, in private companies. These could be large-scale private companies that predominantly employ well-educated women, but also very small-scale private businesses that focus on more marginalized communities. So with the private sector, I would like to highlight a couple of really exciting numbers that we were just capturing earlier this year. Through a very robust piece of work with more than 670 companies throughout the Arab States region, particularly on the area of increasing the cadre of women employment in those companies, a smaller group of surveyed companies showed us that through this work, for example, through the HR departments, through recruiting systems, etc. And we're speaking about meritocratic recruitment, not special temporary measures or quotas. It's a purely meritocratic system. But more than 70% reported an increase in women employment. That is impressive in itself, but what's more impressive is the exact results of these increase in women employment that they also reported to. And these were related to financial profits being increased in innovation and creative thinking. So this is all areas that are good business cases. So it's not only areas that are positive towards women employment or women's rights overall, but really it benefits the private business as itself. So that gives you an example, Ya Wissam, on how you work with the government, on the regulatory frameworks overall, on the private sector, or with regards to the private sector. And here, of course, ILO is one of the lead agencies. And then how another organization, such as UN Women, take it more to the granular level of implementing some of these visions on private sector company level.
Thank you, Suzanne, and I think you will give us a little bit more highlight later on, in our special announcement, wink, wink, about what are some of the aspects of such, flagship initiatives. But maybe I'll go to Amel first and ask you just to highlight what Suzanne was just saying. From the perspective of ILO and from the perspective of creating decent jobs, do you see any risks in framing the green transition as a space for women's empowerment? And what should we be cautious about?
For the green transition to be inclusive and including women and the risks aspects, there are risks that are inherent by the very fact that there are occupational safety and health issues, for example, in this. There are occupational safety and health issues in this sector. There are also pay gaps and between men and women. There are also many other, gender gaps that prevail, particularly when we're talking about the care economy. The care economy, the paid and unpaid care, while it is a risk, but the care economy is also an opportunity, a huge opportunity to create jobs, to alleviate the burden of care on women and to allow women to work. So while the care economy is sort of an area that puts women at a risk of being marginalized, but if those services were offered, it is also an enabler for women. So attention needs to be paid when the policies are formulated to make sure that those aspects are taken into consideration. And we don't want also women to be locked down into the low end or the low value stream of aspects of the green economy. We don't want them to be locked in the informal economy that Dr. Laila was speaking about, but we also want them to move up the value chain to experts, to supply chains that are green, so that they do not keep locked in the same, inherent risk that stays with them. And maybe I want to delve into two quick points as a follow-up to the points that were raised. We tend to speak about sophisticated and STEM education as an important enabler for women. Believe it or not, women in the local areas and indigenous areas have a lot of local knowledge that needs to be brought up and scaled because they do adaptation and mitigation and frugal innovation that goes unaccounted for. So this is also a huge opportunity that we look at that and we don't risk just focusing on more higher level skills in STEM. So it goes both ways, if you like, in this particular area around skilling. So there is a lot of, and lifelong learning, because we tend to think that, the transition from school to work, that's the only transition in life. Life is now full of transitions, so the opportunity of continuing the skilling of women throughout their lifelong journey so that we don't risk them falling behind even after they're being skilled at a particular point. So there are so many risks, but there are also opportunities that could be grasped from those risks.
You know, I'm so glad that you talk about indigenous knowledge, because this is really, really very important, and IDRC, you know, is very invested in identifying, you know, such examples of indigenous knowledge and scaling it up, because sometimes with a lot of innovation and excitement about development, we kind of sway away from, you know, methodologies that have worked for the people. And then after a long circle, people come back to, you know, traditional practices and things that could have been enhanced rather than ditched
Go
altogether.
see the Bedouin women in Aqaba, you will be surprised.
So
With the village there.
So I will ask you, Ruba, to build on this idea, and maybe that would be our last question before we see if there are questions from the audience. But what would you kind of recommend as an approach to build on such indigenous knowledge, if possible, to accelerate women's, you know, entrepreneurial aspects?
Thank you, and thanks for all the amazing insights. So, number one, if you have never been to Petra, please try to visit, because the Nabateans, thousands of years ago, had the most amazing and effective rainwater harvesting system, drainage system. And if you have been and you didn't get those insights, please let me know. I'll connect you with some local community guides who can actually explain how they handled floods and how they harvested water, how they overcame all these extreme weather conditions and droughts, and how they did agriculture in Ma'an. And those who have been, they know Ma'an is not really the agriculture hub for Jordan, right? So I think indigenous and the high tech, so the AI and the ICT and all of these things, it is not really just people sitting here in offices in Amman thinking about, okay, so these are the things we need to do, and these are the opportunities, so let's just cascade that to the young people. I would say from my experience, we need to look at the value chain of each sector. So I'll give you an example. If we're looking at agriculture and agri-tech and food production, food systems, we can't just say, oh, the opportunities for women employment or jobs or entrepreneurship is in the agri sector. This is not enough, not now, not in our time. We have to go look into the whole value chain of the agriculture, whether it's plant or animal production. We have to look at the food processing. We have to look at the packaging, the marketing, the transportation. So you look at each, and even research and development. Today we're looking at climate resilient seeds and crops and all of this, climate smart irrigation systems. Each component may or may not have opportunities for women in certain areas. So I think the same applies to renewable energy. We can't just come and say, oh, renewable energy is going to create thousands of jobs, and then we turn out, oh, these jobs are only the cleaners and the operation and maintenance people, because, you know, once you design a mega project system, you don't really get a lot of jobs later on, right? During construction is one thing, but then the distributed systems, rooftop systems, are the job creators. Energy efficiency, I think somebody alluded to that, is the major job creator in a certain context in Jordan, for instance. So looking at the value chain is very important. The second part, Wissam, is we tend to use KPIs and measures that contradict with the purpose. So if we're talking about green economy, and then the only indicator is GDP, this is so misleading. Agriculture is never a contributor to GDP in any of our countries, but this doesn't mean that agriculture is not working and we shouldn't focus on the sector. So I think we need to focus on how do we measure progress and impact and what really matters. How do we ensure that socio-economic and environmental aspects are well integrated into how we measure progress. Maybe one example, since you mentioned Aqaba, I worked on a project in Aqaba a few years back, and it was about climate smart agriculture and using certain technologies within a very harsh climate in Aqaba to grow vegetables of high quality for export, right? It was a pilot, it was a proof of concept stage. And what we discovered is that there's this eagerness from youth, especially young women, to get involved in this sector, but they lack the integration back to the education, right? So how are we graduating those agriculture engineers? What sort of skills we're empowering them? It's not always about job creation. It is really, we have to, inject those things. My parents' house is in the north, in Irbid, and it was built in the 70s, right, by my grandfather, Allah yarhamah. And in the 70s, it had a huge rainwater harvesting reservoir. And it has also, until now, it's working, I don't know how, a solar water heater. And back then, there were no incentives, there were no funds to encourage people to install solar water heaters. I think we're just getting disconnected and isolated from our surrounding environment and natural resources. So we really do need to go back. Indigenous sometimes is simple, but the generations of today are sort of not aware of those things. So that transition, or if you wish, the conveyance of knowledge is very important. And I'm really very, very proud of how young people sometimes surprise us by leading things without any support. So back then on that project, I helped establish a network for all the graduates of an upskilling program that we did. It's called She Grows Network. And they don't have funding. They're leading it on their own. They're all young females from across Jordan. Some of them studied agriculture, some are out of the sector. And when we invest in upskilling, it is an investment in the future, because even if they don't find a green job per se, and that's another story, like what is the definition of a green job, right? Their skills empower them to mainstream and integrate, inject the green dimensions wherever they end up working. So we really need to invest in change agents. This is transformation. It is not about empowerment. I'm so sorry, but the word empowerment has been really overused. I think we are so much beyond compliance, beyond empowerment. We are into transformation.
I agree with you completely, and really want to thank you for giving us very concrete examples, personal and also from your professional experience. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes? Dina.
Let me see if I can do it. Okay, so my question, my name is Dina Sharif. Maarufa. Okay, my name is Dina Sharif. To those who might not know me, I'm a professor at MIT and I run an entrepreneurship center. So my entire life is on entrepreneurship, but I like to follow the capital. And, Amel, you mentioned a little bit how there are no women in finance, which is 100% true. But then, Suzanne, you also talked about this extremely high percentage of women in STEM. And it's really a beautiful thing, because actually we do have the highest percentage of women in STEM in the world. We actually have an incredible amount of R&D being led by women in STEM. But here are two problems that we have, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it. Number one, women entrepreneurs get the lowest percentage of capital in the world in the Arab region, and where the global where the average of investment, venture capital investment in entrepreneurs in the Arab region was 2%, it's actually gone down. So it's not like it's going up or we're doing better, it's actually getting worse. I guess my concern is that with this incredible percentage of women in STEM, and with so many women engaged in R&D, why are we not focusing on commercializing their research and taking it to market? Why is nobody talking to the capital space and following the money and pushing it into climate entrepreneurs and those who are actually doing extremely valuable R&D to solve the problems that we have here in this region? And then my other question is, you know, and maybe Dr. Laila, you can talk about this. Let's say the global waste management space is worth over $300 billion. Now, I can tell you from experience, when a woman entrepreneur working in the solid waste space goes to pitch for investment, this is what they tell her. Go be a social entrepreneur, go get some grant money, we can't take you seriously. How is that possible when the solid waste space is worth over $300 billion? So in sum, my question is, what are we doing about the money?
Thank you, Edina. Are there other questions, or should we take those questions and then move with the agenda? Okay, Tiana.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Tatiana Alkor. I'm an independent expert. I think you spoke a lot about evidence, and I'm really intrigued to know what are concrete steps to generate local evidence that can inform policy. Is it the role of the government? Is it the role of IDRC to support that? Is it our role as independent experts? How can we motivate and bring forward this evidence generation from the local to inform the local policies rather than being dependent on global policies? Thank you.
Whoever from the panels want to answer any of the questions can do so. I'll give you like 2-3 minutes to respond, because I think we're encroaching on the next session. But I'll start with you, Dr. Laila.
Thank you, Gina. Yeah, follow the money is very important, of course. Those billions of dollars you mentioned are going to waste companies that either incinerate or landfill and are not contributing to the circular economy or to the reduction of global warming. But they are very high-powered investment firms and well-established and networked. Now, the evidence in emerging markets is that the bulk of recovery is happening through the informal sector, whether we like it or not. It's not just our region, it's Latin America, it's Asia, every emerging market. So why are they not getting a piece of the billions of dollars you mentioned? Because, as I said, their work is not properly defined. It's not quantified or documented. It's not published. It's not recognized by policymakers, and they don't have a seat in the redesign. So dump site closure is the first thing. Go find yourselves a formal company and work with them and so on. But to link that to the next question is, so whose responsibility is it to do that? I think, yes, research agencies, if they feel it is important. You cannot force them to go into a sector that they don't want to. But fortunately, all over emerging markets in the world, these groups of recyclers are beginning to come together. And they are now fighting on another level, which is the plastics issue. Although the story is not just about plastic, the hype is about it. And so now they're walking into COP30 in Belém and other spaces where they can. They're organizing under the Harvard banner of Women in Informal Economy, Globalizing and Organizing. And they are speaking up about, okay, do you know what? We have our own data. They have been documenting the amount of plastic they have been recovering. If it's plastic you're worried about. Now, while they're doing that, the governments, all of them, are saying ban plastic bags. But But that's not the story. There are people who are recovering it, recycling it in the value chain. And in Egypt, for instance, we have 300 formal, huge manufacturing plants, plastic. They all rely on these guys for the pipeline, their feedstock. So they're beginning to speak about themselves, and that's good. Now, there is a new international order in the world of waste, and it's called Extended Producer Responsibility, EPR. It's now forcing packaging companies, you forget the plastics treaty and climate and all that, but now there is this new orders, began in Europe 20 years ago, and it's coming to the Middle East, saying packaging companies are responsible for paying, designing systems, and working with whoever it is that's recovering the most. Right now, it's the informal sector. Are they going to recognize that? We have to document that and say, put your billions of dollars here, not in incinerators and landfills.
Do you have responses for the questions? But I will need to ask you that you are like a Twitter-size response. Go ahead, Evan.
Very difficult to comment after Dr. Laila's comprehensive response, but actually on localization of knowledge, of course, research centers have an important role to play, but also national statistical entities are important key player in the generation of evidence at the national and local levels, and how we can have the symbiotic relationship to empower them and build their capacity so that they can generate more and better knowledge and go down to the local levels. This is very important. And Dina, you mentioned in your question, and I want to take from there on your comment on social enterprises, and these are not like, bad things. They're very good things. The fourth sector is an important player also in this area of the green economy and cooperatives. ILO has been promoting cooperatives, including here in Jordan, for example, with the agricultural cooperatives. We managed to shift the needle a bit in terms of the cooperative law to improve governance, to include women on their boards in the cooperatives, so as to help the agricultural workers deal also with the climate change and transition. Thank you.
So quickly on Dr. Tatiana's question, it's very important. I was presenting in a regional workshop for researchers mostly last year, and I just raised a question. I said, so what's the difference between applied research and evidence building? And the answer was like, it's a very complicated issue. What is this? What is evidence building? I think we have to push for more research for development. Conventional research is important, basic research is important, but this is not the one that we need to make the transformation. In terms of evidence, I'm very happy that Dr. Sawsan Gharaib is here. We are funding a small pilot in Wadi Sir in Amman to do a transformative women or gender and climate to build evidence in MENA. So basically in our part of the world, there's very little evidence, documentation, numbers that show the linkages, the impacts, the consequences of climate on women. So please do reach out to Dr. Sawsan. She's in the nice fuchsia shirt. Just quickly on Dina's point, I think I've been involved in the past few years in several innovation and entrepreneurship sort of evaluations, but also in Showman design of the Innovation Award. And I think we have more than one problem, Dina. One is there's very little funding for beyond the prototype, or even for prototype and beyond. So most of the women will stop after research and development because they don't know where to go next to prepare most of the green economy related things. They do need dirty hands. It is not always an office or a computer program. So I think there are so many angles, including how about those investors and the angel investors? Do they have women on their teams, on their boards? How much do we need to go and mainstream and talk to them versus, and then to be honest, also the quality of some of the ideas might have been not as strong as you wish it to be for the quick rapidly emerging green transition. So I think there's so many angles. Would love to explore further. I'll stay hopefully for the next one and hear more about your views. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And there is lots of opportunities to also engage in the coffee break, which is coming up soon. So, but hold on. There is a little bit before that. So first of all, I would like to thank my panelists, my amazing panelists for joining me. I would like to invite you that we take a photo together. And before we go to the break, there is an important announcement. So I will ask that after we take the photo, that my colleague and friend, Suzanne Michail, can stay on the stage while we thank the rest of the panelists. Thank you very much. So, in your schedule, we mentioned that there is an important or special announcement that we wanted to make, and I'm very happy to make this special announcement together with my colleague and friend, Suzanne Michail. So, IDRC and UN Women have officially signed a memorandum of understanding to join forces in supporting the flagship initiative that UN Women have been leading to surge women's economic labor participation in the Arab states by 5% by 2030. And the focus of this flagship program, Suzanne, I'm sure will give you a little bit more example, but our collaboration is particularly focused about exploring women in STEM and how we can support more transnational job creation through applied research in order to support young STEM female graduates to access such jobs on the national and international markets. Our collaboration also supports thought leadership to promote policies that enable women's employment across the various sectors and implement scalable initiatives that close the gap between educational and meaningful work. At the heart of this initiative is a clear vision for positioning young women from the Arab world at the heart of the digital and economic growth. And of course, I couldn't be happier that we're doing this in a first of its kind collaboration for the Arab countries. And it took us almost a year to get to this point, but I'm very happy to be celebrating it with you, Suzanne. So over to you for a few words before we shake hands with a documentary historic photo.
Excellent. Can you hear me now? Okay. So thank you so much, Wissam. And I have to say that even when I met Wissam first time, 2 years ago, almost 1.5 years ago, there was an instant spark because of that energy and passion and knowledge that you embody, Wissam. And this is exactly the kind of partnerships that we're looking for at UN Women. So this is, yes, it's a flagship, and it looks at breaking that stagnation that Wissam actually initiated this conference with, the 20%. Of course, within that 20% lies huge variations between countries. We have countries in the region that are reaching 50% in women labor force participation, other all the way down to 8%, and also huge variation in terms of formality and informality. Nevertheless, there is great potential to increase women employment. This is a flagship that looks at women employment more than women labor force participation, and increasing that 5% between now and 2030 to 3 economies of growth: the green economy, the STEM economy, and the care economy. And the STEM economy, in which we are partnering with IDRC, is very exciting, because essentially what we're doing is broadening the job market to include job markets in Europe, in Canada, overseas, basically. So that's the essence of a transnational remote working modality. This is a modality that's already been experimented in the region, quite successfully so, and also, of course, in other regions, and South Asia region, Sub-Saharan are 2 regions that have also seen this model expand quite quickly. It's very exciting, and Wissam, I'm very happy to stand at this stage with you. And I think now we do this formally by shaking hands and pictures being taken. And thank you so much, colleagues and friends, being here today with us and witnessing this very exciting moment.
And with that, we invite you to have a coffee break, and would like to ask you, if you don't mind, to try to come back by 11, if possible, for the second and very exciting panel led by my friend and colleague, Dr. Dina Sharif. Thank you so much.
Hey, Samantha. Okay.
everybody. We're gonna resume for the next session. I invite you to take your seat alongside your coffee and pastries. Online, we will resume shortly. Thank you for your patience.
You want me to start? Rasmi. Are you okay with
Dina?
Dina. Are you okay with the questions that we sent by email?
Yeah, but I will not answer. I'll talk about something else. Ask what you want to ask.
What are you going to
talk
talk
as I
about?
want.
I'm a very difficult moderator. كلمنيش أقطع.
ولا يهمك. خذي راحتك.
No, seriously, what do you want to talk about?
Same. I will talk about, the opportunities for the women in their sustainability and I how I can see this in Jordan and how we can keep this in different countries around Jordan, like Syria, like other countries. So I will come from my experience, which is very, very important. And we have reports, we have projects, we have assessments, and we have outputs.
Okay.
Out of some
We need
of
to
these
start.
outputs-
Okay, everybody. Wissam is giving me looks. Please, can we everyone take their seats?
ماشي يا رسمي.
من وين انت؟
أنا من مصر. بس عايشة في
ايش
أمريكا.
بتشتغلي؟
I work at MIT.
That's good. Very good. That's your background.
I'm an economist.
That's great. So we are matched.
الحمد لله.
Good.
Okay. I'm gonna call you up. Okay. What do you want, Wissam? Should I start? Okay. All right, but you know, I can't start without my audience, so I'm going to need everyone to take seats and get present and get ready to begin. Okay, ladies in the back. Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone, again. So, just very quickly, my name is Dina Sharif, because Wissam asked me to introduce myself. My name is Dina Sharif. I teach at the Sloan School of Management at MIT, and I run an entrepreneurship center. Zayeg. I run an entrepreneurship center called the MIT Kohl Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship, which I think is very timely in relation to this particular session that we're going to have right now. So Wissam led this amazing session of women around addressing barriers to women's participation in the green economy. This session is going to focus on how we can unlock green entrepreneurship and employment pathways for women, with a specific focus on the private sector. So I'm an economist. I've spent my entire career focused on the intersection of the private sector and sustainable development. So I'm very excited to be moderating this upcoming panel with an incredible group of panelists. We're going to focus on how we can unlock the private sector and entrepreneurship as a real engine for innovation and job creation. And there's one sentence that I really like that I wish I could claim for my own, but I can't. I have to give it to Alexandrine over here, which is the transition to climate smart sectors in the Arab region, in this region, presents really exciting opportunities to redefine who gets to lead, who gets to benefit, and who gets to innovate. I'm going to repeat that again because I think it's so important, so you should really expand on that. Yeah? This idea that we now get to redefine who gets to lead, who gets to benefit, and who gets to innovate. We're at a wonderful moment at a crossroads. I was just telling Wissam, the green economy is going to happen no matter what. It's happening anyway. The question is, how do we take our agency and turn it into something that is truly inclusive? So today we're joined by a very diverse group of individuals who are helping to really change the reality when it comes to women's participation and inclusion. So I'd love to invite to the stage Dr. Mayeda Abu Jaber, who has been a longtime advocate for women's economic inclusion, and she just recently completed a study with IDRC, and we'll be talking about some of the structural barriers when it comes to women and entrepreneurship and women's inclusion in private sector. Dr. Catherine El-Tawil, who is the co-founder and real driving force behind Kendaka Upcycles, which is a Cairo-based social enterprise dedicated to working with marginalized women and transforming waste into innovative handcrafted goods. No offense, my comment earlier about when women are told go be a social entrepreneur. I think social entrepreneurs are extremely important. However, they never get access to venture capital. Rasmi Hamza, who promised he was going to be concise and precise today, is the executive director of the Jordan Renewable Energy Efficiency Fund, a national entity here in Jordan, under the Jordan Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. And last but certainly not least, my good friend Salim Masalha, who is an environmental entrepreneur and also a social entrepreneur, who has actually been what I guess a serial entrepreneur, who has worked on many areas in relation to the environment over the years, and a huge advocate for the economic inclusion of women. Okay, so I'm going to move over here now. Guys, are you ready? All right, fantastic. Are you guys ready? I need a little bit more excitement. Because, you know, entrepreneurship is about hope and positivity. So I need more excitement from the audience. Okay, that's not enough, but we'll get there. Okay, all right, panelists, we're starting late, but we're still going to end on time. So the rules are, I'm going to ask you questions and we're going to answer in a way that is precise and concise. Deal? Fantastic. So I'm going to start with you, Mayeda. I'm going to start with you. Basically, you just completed a study. So I'd love for you to talk a little bit about the recent research that you conducted with IDRC on women's participation, specifically in Jordan's green economy, where you identified some of the structural barriers that exist in relation to the economic inclusion of women. So can you share with the audience, what did you find? What are the core barriers to women's unemployment? And for the record, the Arab region is actually home. We have made many records. This is not one we like to boast about, but is home to the highest female youth unemployment rate in the world. So tell us a little bit about the structural barriers, and then I'll ask you a follow-up question after that.
Hello. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. So the red button, actually, you can hear me. The green, you can't. Right, interesting. Before I jump into answering your question, I just wanted to zoom out a little bit to tell you about Geomonomics, because actually that will frame the answer to your question. So when we set up Geomonomics, and it's a tongue twister, Geomonomics, بالعربي الاقتصاد النسوي. We had done it in 2015, and we were like a group of young men and women. We realized after working for more than 10 years on employment projects, specifically on youth employment projects, that the real barrier to women employment was not the skill gap. Because we know that we have women, the enrollment of girls in schools and in high schools, there's also a reverse gender gap, and you've seen the STEM as well. So what's going on? We have all these qualified women, but their access and entry into the market is very low. And if you're stuck on a figure which is 20%, we're stuck here on a figure which is 14%. 14, 15, 14, 13, so we're stuck there in the past 2 decades. So we set up Geomonomics to look at the different barriers, because it's not skill gap, right? It is more related to mindset, to community. What are the jobs that are accepted for women? There's gender division of labor. There's the care work. Should she be working? Not. So there is the whole kind of thing that comes out of the community. It goes up to private sector, who when employs women will ask questions like, oh, are you married? Are you pregnant? So they have all these questions. And then it goes further up towards the policies. There are policies that are so discriminative against women, that in labor law, in the social security. So it's all these structures. And as a result, we set up Geomonomics with 4 pillars, with a community engagement pillar, with a policy, working with the private sector, and of course, working with them themselves. So when we started working with, when we set up Geomonomics in 2017, we said, okay, we want to provide jobs for women through a demand-driven employment projects, programs, working closely with the private sector, but not any job, and they have to be decent jobs, right? So we went into the definition of the ILO of what are the green jobs. The green jobs are the decent jobs. So here came the idea that if green jobs are decent jobs, that means they're most probably they're going to attract women. So our IDRC research was basically looking at 3 questions. First, are green jobs more conducive for women? So do green jobs have more women in them because they're decent jobs, because they have this care and empathy and so on? And the second question was the different seals, the gender seal, the certification, which the UN Women talked about as well, and the sustainability indicators. Are they connected? And the last thing was actually, what is the motivation for private sector to employ women? But I want to tell you also at Geomonomics, we look at, the feminism. There are different ideologies of feminism. There is radical feminist. So at Geomonomics, we look at the ecofeminism. And the ecofeminism does kind of a connectiveness between the degradation, oppression of women and the degradation of nature. And they see them as one and all, because they look at a holistic approach of, because women bring life as well, and nature, environment has, produces as well. So as ecofeminists, we see the connection between both, and we believe in a holistic approach. So you can't do change if you're not caring to the environment and caring for women. So the result I can talk about later, because I think I took long, or I can tell you.
You did, but it's.
Okay, now I can do it. I think it would be important for you to actually share now what were your findings, very briefly, in terms of, why are these numbers never changing? For years we've been stuck in this kind of same percentages, but yet we have all these initiatives, all these interventions that seem to have failed because the numbers aren't changing. So what are the real structural barriers that you identified?
Okay, so the research actually looked at 10 private sector companies that are in the green economy, okay? And they're in different sectors. So some were in the manufacturing, some were in the tourism, some were like pharmaceutical. So they were different sectors, but they're mainly middle SMEs really, and large large enterprises. So it was variable based on the sector itself. It was variable based on the obstacles. For example, when you look at the manufacturing sector, you would see that there was a whole kind of sentiment that there is a cultural barrier, strong cultural barrier, the mindset of that women cannot work after 5 o'clock. There was a whole thing about mixed work environment. There was a whole thing about nurseries, and then there was a transport system. The thing is that all these come into one big bucket, and they come into this bucket of mindset. Like, for example, if you change one article in a law, you can change all these kind of barriers. Let me tell you, for example, we worked on the sexual harassment law and the labor law. So the labor law, they do not have a definition for sexual harassment. And among a coalition or network here, we worked on introducing a definition for sexual harassment, and then it passed in 2023, and penalizing companies that do not have code of conduct and so on. So when we work in the tourism sector, so look how this affected the tourism sector. You would go to private sector like hotels. They say, look, we don't employ women. Why? And among the articles also that we changed was Article 69, where they prohibit women working from 10 to 6 o'clock. So there was like sexual harassment, which we introduced, and then there was Article 69, which had a restriction on time for women. So the hotels, when we used to talk to them, said, well, we don't employ women. Why not? Because they can't do shift C. We don't employ women because they can't, for example, they don't go to rooms. They don't go into rooms because it's prohibited, because they don't. So there were all these, we don't do that. You go to a community and their problem is, we want a safe work environment. So when the article changed, if you go down to Aqaba now, women are working in shift C. Women are working in hotels. The mindset change is slow, but the articles or the change of the law is the first point where you create the change.
So the biggest... Turn yours off. So I think, Maya, so basically you're saying the biggest barrier is mindset, but in order to shift mindset, that has to go hand in hand with policy. Okay, fantastic. Rasmi, let's switch to you. You know, because I love to talk about capital and funding, but I also love to talk about government. And you have your position in government, specifically in the renewable energy space. What are some of the initiatives that have been led here in Jordan in the renewable energy space that have created real employment opportunities for women?
Thank you, Dina. A lot of things, but the main things actually, just I have a small comment first before I answer on Dr. I will. I can see now the barriers of employing women in Jordan. Not that much. We implemented the project in Petra region for 14 hotels. 14 hotels, and Petra is, you know where is Petra, Jordan? It's like Wadi Musa. It's like not a big city. I mean, it's a local community people, and 90% of the whom working on reception for 3 shifts are women from Petra. So I think they don't have a problem now with of course, secure environment for work. So that I can see now things in Jordan being changing and everybody looking for opportunity. And here I will answer your question. I think from our experience at Jarif, when you give an opportunity for training first, when any graduate, new graduate, fresh graduate, they need first opportunity, and including women. So they need first opportunity to improve their skills and to prove themselves. In Jarif, we have an experience of, in the last decade, of a training on job. And 60% of the trainees being women engineers. And I can say for you, now, at least 30% of them, they have full contract with Jarif, and other they get another opportunities in the market. And at Jarif, 60% of the engineers are women and leading a project. So that the opportunity is there. However, we need more research of the status, real status, mainly in the industrial sector, because you talk about the tourism sector. Industrial sector is very important. We need to get more accurate figures about the industrial sector, about the environment job at the industrial sector, which is good. And in last 170 industrial that we made an energy audit for them and designed a project for energy efficiency, at least 5 of 15 of the administrative team being women and leading the decision making at those industrial facilities. So these figures translating exactly the situation at the industrial sector, which is the biggest sector we have here in Jordan. So I think what we need is to design the right training jobs for the women, for the new fresh graduates, in order to give them the chance to improve their skills and to prove themselves.
Do you provide the equivalent training for men? Same?
Same.
Fantastic. Yeah. So I'm gonna push you a little further. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so I know from my work at MIT, and I know from what is happening in the Arab region, there are many women who are qualified to start businesses in the renewable energy space and who are ready. I've spoken to a number of them, exceptional engineers. Jordan is an incredible environment for renewable energy, specifically solar. And in order for us to meet our requirements and to transition, a full transition to the green economy, we need to see a massive increase in ventures in the renewable energy space. Now, I would love to see more women become independent power providers, specifically in the solar energy space. Now, when I talk to women, they say, oh, but nobody wants to give us money. And even if we are ready to do it and we have the technical expertise and the ability to start a venture and scale it, money doesn't flow to us. So what is the government doing to ensure that capital flows to these exceptional women who do have the willingness and the ability to start the kind of ventures that we need in the renewable energy space?
Excellent question. I will give you from our experience, actually. We don't have money to give like grants or startups for women to start their own businesses. We have projects that we signed an agreement with more than 250 local CBOs, local societies, more than 60% of them led by women, to deal exactly with their local community and to promote PV systems and solar water heater, as well as to promote the energy efficiency awareness campaigns in cooperation with Jarif. In the past decades, we get great success, and those women actually, they have a very strong local CBOs. They have fixed annual income. They can cover their expenses. They can hire at least 2 or 3 at their local societies. We implemented training to build their capacity building in terms of operation and work and accounting and others. And this experience actually gets success, and really through them we reach out all region zones in Jordan. So this is what we did at Jarif. Lack to finance and access to finance is an important issue. Yesterday we've been in a conference about sustainability and the green financing issues with the Central Bank and Banks Association. I think there is a lot of opportunities now available at the commercial banks with the support of the central bank for green lending projects, and access to finance, one of them. And we have microfinance companies as well. Microfinance companies, they are doing a great job with the local community because their eligibility criteria is different and fit to be like more easier, and in a short term they can allow mainly for women to access to finance. But still, if you start your new businesses, either you will have a grant. We have an opportunity with some grants projects in Jordan, but government, they didn't give money to start for startups. Absolutely. Commercial banks is a solution. Green lending rules, regulations, the project is the opportunity with the commercial banks and with the support of the central bank in Jordan, which they design what we call a green lending strategy to be worked out in Jordan in the next decade.
Okay. Fantastic. I agree that commercial banks have a big role to play. I think the question is whether they are actually integrating gender-sensitive approaches to their lending, because women are effectively locked out of access to debt just because they don't meet the requirements of collateral and so forth and so on. So I hope that that is being taken into consideration. Okay, I'm going to move to the entrepreneurs. So Catherine, I want to talk to you a little bit about the incredible venture that you started. And what you're doing is pretty cool because you're using waste to create actual products, which I see you have brought some up. But before you show off your incredible products, I want to ask you, as a female-led business in this particular space, what have been some of the challenges that you have seen, or some of the barriers that exist that are impeding you from growing even further and creating even more jobs?
Thank you very much, Dina. Actually, you, for the invitation. You invited me to the most beautiful hammam, really, that I have ever seen. And replying to your question, actually, a challenge for our now around 45 ladies is to create the demand for these products. Like you see them, like the. It doesn't work. You need to be very close. Okay. Sorry. The biggest challenge is like to create a demand for a product that's all made from waste, and also sorry. Because behind this product there is like so much like team building, like creating awareness, like unleashing the creativity of these women, which are very much in marginalized areas, which have kind of really no access also to markets. So I'm kind of the foreigner who has the role to try to promote those products. What we have been profiting, this is the positive side, like of the challenge, that there were people who believed in us, really, like funders and donors, and who had the persistence to support us a long way, really, also from a transformation from an NGO to a social business, because, as you know, NGO doesn't have the right to take money from outside, and of course now with the weak pound, export is really the name of the game. We have to export, and so only now through the transformation into a social enterprise we can export. Also, what I see the transformation of the ladies, like the mindset when we started. In Swiss German, there is an expression, somebody is a little bit like feeling subordinated, like kind of. And now when you come to our factory, you really see the ladies, the way they are dressed, the way how they behave, the way how they even teach me what I have to do with the hisabet, with everything. I'm really proud that this transformation has happened, and the best way to prove it is really when somebody comes to the factory and he can sense it, because all this is just a theory, but in our factory you really see that something has happened.
I'll use this. I'm a little curious about when you transitioned from being a not-for-profit to being a for-profit. I assume registered in Egypt, right? What are your funding sources now as an actual business? Were you able to raise capital in terms of debt from a bank? Were you able to position yourself so that you could pitch what you were doing to, say, an angel investor, or are your sources of funding mainly grants?
Actually, this is exactly the phase we are now in, because we are upscaling, and of course, when we founded this, it was like we started with 3 women, and now, and also with like my 2 co-founders. So the transition is now really to find also an investor to bring more professionality, because I have to admit, like, you should see how we established this. It was really with a lot of passion and commitment and to do this. But now in the upscaling phase, we really need more professionalism, we need more professional skills, we need more professional marketing, communication, really. And I have to stop, because I was mainly collecting also the trash and like this, having connections to many people, and this brought me a lot of experience, but it's not a professional approach.
Well, we're happy to help you in whatever way we can. So how many employees do you have now?
Now we have like around 45 women.
Amazing.
And we have 2 men, the driver and...
it depends on how you look at it.
And Amin, which is a co-founder, a very important person.
Fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. Okay, Selim, we're going to switch to you. And you've started a number of businesses. Mm-hmm. I mean, I met you many years ago, and you've been very focused on the climate space for a very long time. How do you see entrepreneurship, and I'm not going to ask you about your specific ventures, but how do you see entrepreneurship in this region in particular really being a vehicle to not just climate justice and our ability to transition more effectively to a green economy, but also to gender equity? How can we use entrepreneurship to really achieve those 2 things? And also, time is against us. And we know time is against us because none of us have actually talked about that big scary word called artificial intelligence and what that's already going to do to jobs. Anyway, I won't talk about that too much. So tell us your thoughts on that. And I would love for you to share a real life example about how those 2 concepts came to life and intersected together.
Thank you very much, Dina. Mahaba. I will start with the second part of the question, which is to give a real-life experience. As you said, I'm not a researcher, I'm more of a practitioner. And what I'm really passionate about is creating some new models, and specifically some models with women. I will give the first example, which is about cleaning the Nile. I had like a grandmother, her name was Nadia Senawi. Every time towards the end of her life, she was telling me on the phone, Salim, is it true that people are throwing garbage in the Nile? Salim, is it true that people are throwing garbage in the Nile? So one day we decided to... Is it true? It's almost true. So one day we decided to start a movement to start cleaning the Nile, and we had thousands and thousands of volunteers that came and cleaned the Nile and posted stories on Instagrams and so on, which was great because everybody who's going to take physically a piece of plastic out of the river will then tell to their friends, post it on TikTok, post it on Instagram, and they will become kind of Nile ambassadors. So it's a fantastic way to raise awareness. Is this sustainable? It's not really sustainable. It's very deeply entrenched into the Egyptian cultures that the Nile is something that is important because Egypt itself is an oasis. Without the Nile, you wouldn't have any type of lives. In the pharaonic ages, in order to enter paradise, you were asked whether or not you harm the Nile. And if you harm the Nile, you couldn't access paradise. I was thinking about how can we really find a sustainable model because volunteers are great, but this is not what can work. And I was working by the bank of the Nile. Alexandrine, si tu veux bien mettre la photo. Tu veux bien mettre la... Alors voici. And I was walking by the bank of the Nile and I see, I don't know how clear is the picture on the screen, but you can see a boat that is a very traditional design that has been designed the same way for hundreds and hundreds of years ago with some kids and two women trying to grasp some recyclables from the Nile. These women were eco-entrepreneurs. This woman created a model of eco-entrepreneurship that has then been rewarded by the World Economic Forum as one of the best practices of garbage collectors on the Nile. Why? Because more and more fish is less accessible on the Nile and more garbage it is. So thanks to this woman, we had this eureka moment and we saw that if we start giving some cash incentives to people to go and clean the Nile, you will have an army of fishermen that will go and collect the Nile. And the problem is that I just use the word fisherman and not fisherwoman, because this is exactly what happened. Whether the women were responsible of creating this model, it was fantastic, but as soon as we found some money and funds, it was more the men, the fishermen that came to start collecting the recyclable than it was the fisherwoman. And I remember this moment where I shared this picture with Dr. Wissam and Dr. Leila, who both very much supported the model. And now the model is working and operating, it's exiting. I exited this model, but yes, it's the women that are at the origins of the creation of the models, yet it's the men that are collecting the trash on the Nile today.
Amazing. Okay. Now, are you guys ready for this question? There's a word that we have yet to have brought into the room. And, you know, at my center at MIT, all of our entrepreneurs, we say, what is the system you are working in, and how is that system working for or against you? So, I'm going to bring the word patriarchy into the room. And my question, and Selim, I know you have something to say about this, so you can maybe start, is if we all know there are two facts, that we need to transition to the green economy, we know this to be true. Right, everyone? We know this to be true. Yeah? We also know it to be true that we need to see an exponential increase in the inclusion of women for this transition to work. Right? Now, what do we do about the patriarchy?
Okay.
Because it still exists as a system, and it's still alive in all of us, including women. It's very much there.
Well, this is an example of patriarchy, right? So it was the fishermen that started to collect the recyclable and not the fisherwoman. I want to say that patriarchy, as we get to know it, is something that is very much affecting climate change. And we speak a lot about climate change and gender justice. I want to just give some few elements about it. First of all, family planning. The fact that women need to be responsible of their bodies. The fact that women need to understand whether or not they want to make more kids or not more kids. We all know that the fact that there is an overpopulation is creating more carbon emission and is putting more stress on the planet. giving the tool to women to be strong enough to understand whether or not making kids is a choice is something that would definitely be at the intersection of climate justice and just transition. Something else is agriculture, right? We've been speaking about green agriculture. Unfortunately, women are less efficient than men when it comes to agriculture. Why? Because most of the time they do not own the lands. If they do not own the lands, they cannot do some loans. If they cannot do some loans, they cannot have the proper equipment in order to be more efficient and in order to be able to bring more legumes and grass. Vegetables on the market, right? So this is another example on how climate justice and gender equality are both linked. Disaster risk reduction. When there is a disaster that happens, what happens, right? Generally, the man's going to go to the cities, they're going to go and try to find a work, and the women's are going to stay in the house and they're going to take care of the kids. Once again, the woman will be the caretakers. Another example.
Okay, we know all this.
Yeah.
What are we going to do about it?
I think we have to get inspired a bit by the microfinance model of Mohammed Yunus when he first started loaning money to women and not to men. Why? Because women were more reasonable when it comes to pay back loans, when it comes to implement the work. I think that we really need this shift of mentality to understand that integrating women and to give them the leadership and leadership at the community level. I'm not just speaking in key position as ministers or presidents. I'm speaking really at the community level. If you really give them the leadership and the tools to succeed, you will have a much growing economy. I have no doubt.
But nobody gives leadership. Leadership is claimed. just to be clear. We're not going to see anytime soon a group of men handing over leadership, because leadership is not, it has to be claimed. So Mayeda, tell us really quickly. I know you have thoughts on this. How do we really start tackling the patriarchal system that we continue to exist in, not just in the Arab region but globally?
Yeah. So I think what we need to really look at as the patriarchal system, we need to break that system. So you have a patriarchal economic system in Jordan or in the world or in the Arab world. How can you break that and how can you challenge that? So let me give you, I have two examples. I was thinking, which one should I talk about? But let's talk about social enterprises, right? Social enterprises, when we started working at Geonomics, we started giving small grants to youth. And we realized the majority of grants that were going to women as social enterprises, home-based businesses, purposeful enterprises, that in the end they make money, but it goes into their community. And we realized that majority of them were women. Then we realized that these women or these enterprises do not have really a system in which they can operate. Like just as you said now, I set up a company called World of Letters, which was an environmental education company. When it started working more for social good and all that, I was compared to something like a big private sector company. So I had to open a nonprofit. And when I opened a nonprofit, I had to open another one. So social entrepreneurs, the problem in Jordan and the region, that they start opening these multiple organizations because there isn't any system for it. So what we did is we tried to challenge that, and we began to look at, we did a research to look at social enterprises in the world. In London, in England, they have an incredible model. So they're not only cooperative. Somebody said last time, they're not cooperative. They could be LLC, they could be incorporated, they could be anything, right? They could be in any space, but there is one thing common in them, is that they have a purpose. A certain percentage of their income actually goes into general good, right? But in the UK and Italy and a couple of countries, they have really good systems. We started pushing here. The biggest issue was the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Like, how can you have a company that's going to have the benefits similar to a cooperative, similar to so many systems that, and all patriarchal systems, that we could not do any kind of change. And I think social enterprises also in the region are very similar, because I didn't see any Arab country that's really very advanced when it came to social enterprises, except for, I think Saudi Arabia now is actually creating a kind of a system for social enterprises. Social enterprises are often led by women, and they often solve community problems, and most of them are the ones we funded. Almost 60% of them were actually solving environmental problems, recycling and the whole thing. So.
Okay. I'm going to ask all of you one last question, and then I'll open it up for any questions from the audience. So I want very quick responses. if there was just one recommendation that each of you could make to policymakers or to the private sector around how they can unlock pathways for the inclusion of women in their green economy over the next 5 years, what would that one recommendation be? And Catherine, let's start with you.
Actually, I would say more flexibility in different, can you hear me?
Yeah.
More flexibility in funding in different models, and also to be aware that, like for women, this psychosocial aspect of everything, like really strengthening women as ambassadors, because women are really ambassadors for many things, and this would be really important, and to have persistence and to have patience and to believe in people who want to change things.
Okay, so more flexible models of
like
capital.
Like for us, we have different working schemes so that the women can go home at 2 to be.
So creating more
children.
flexible
Yes.
environments
Yeah.
and more agile funding models. Fantastic. Mayeda. Can you switch yours off, Catherine?
I'm sorry.
I'm going to talk about a policy recommendation that came out of our IDRC report, which I didn't even talk about. So in the IDRC report, I actually did look at the different certification programs for different gender certification and sustainability certification. Because I felt if you're gender equitable, then most probably you're also caring for nature. So I started looking at the web. I looked at the UNDP. I looked at the different certifications, JICE, and the other one was EDGE. And as I looked at the certification for gender, if you go to higher level of certification, the sustainability indicators come into it. So I know that we are now doing a gender seal in Jordan. And my recommendation is that the gender seal should be on levels. So not, oh, you're gender sensitive or not. Or you can take the seal award or not. It's either you're feminist or not. I mean, this kind of...
So create a more paced out so that people can
actually
evolve.
Move. And then another thing is that there has to be a sustainability indicator in the higher level. Because of the sustainability certifications, there are a lot of gender indicators. So we're better in the environment space in the inclusion of women than we are in the gender space in actually introducing sustainability. So that's fine.
Rasmi.
Thank you. Women in Jordan now, they are leading in energy transition mainly and sustainability sector. This is fact. So I think we need to update our data and our research in order, because I heard a lot of information. Sometimes the figures really doesn't match. It's like just copy paste from here and here. So stereotypes, we need to change it. Because things in Jordan, I'm talking about Jordan mainly, is really changed. So what we need more, by the way, women, they didn't need an easy job. They didn't ask for. And as well, you don't have to deal with women like, what type of easy job you need, how I can help you. No, give her the job and she will do it. This is the truth. I have colleagues, actually, they are going down to the field and for all the projects in different around Jordan, sleeping outside Amman, and nobody claims, nobody saying anything. They are doing their job right. So this is what we need. The stereotype, we need to change this. Just enable the woman and give him the opportunities to lead and to do the job. Thank you. By the way, the policies is very important. At JERI, for example, we have policy gender. Policy for gender and transparent policy. Policies should be highlights always in order to ensure that everybody on the same page.
So more accurate data. Your recommendation is to have more accurate data that reflects reality.
Exactly, more accurate data, and let's update this because it's very important for the decision maker.
Fantastic.
And policy maker.
Panel number 3 will address that, and we'll talk more about that. Selim.
I I think not only for the MENA region, but worldwide, to give a set of law that will give more accessibility to women to own land. I think this will change a lot.
I agree with that one. Okay, I think we have, thank you everyone. I think we have time for maybe 2 questions from the audience. We'll take 2 and then we'll have the panel wrap up. Yalla, you have 20 seconds.
So thank you very much. I finished. Thank you. My name is Ayman Rabi. I don't have really a question, but I have a comment or 2 comments.
One comment.
One comment is okay. In order to just break this kind of cycle of like access to funding, I think we need to involve all the stakeholders who are related to this. Like government need to make guarantees for those loans that will be provided for the women in order to enable them to access this fund. And this is how we can really solve this kind of cycle in order not just to like prevent women from accessing those loans. And in terms of efficiency, of course, not to say that women are not efficient in terms of the projects that they're implementing, especially in agriculture. If we are talking about the scale, maybe yes, but if we are talking about a specific like projects that women are engaged in order to cater their families or even their neighbors, they are much more efficient than the larger projects. And this is something that we also need to advocate for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Oh, back there.
The mics are now working. Sorry, I don't mean to be the only one asking questions here, but I'm just intrigued that since you spoke about mindset shifts, none really mentioned the media narrative portraying Arabic women as beneficiaries and also as beauty idols, but not really as somebody who can lead in the space of green economy. So I think that I'm just interested in that perspective from the panelists. And then on the patriarchy piece, I'd like to offer an example from my previous job with the Aga Khan Foundation. So in India, there are self-employed women organizations that had collective, they had the collective power. They challenged the power dynamics. But those women, about 2 million, are considered within the informal economy. And they led with food, with water, with energy, and also with healthcare, providing all the services for women, by women, and even with that finance collective too. So they have challenged an entire patriarchal system that we could also learn from and maybe mimic in our countries as well. Thank you.
All right, no other questions? Okay, who would like to respond? Catherine. And
I would like to say something on the practical, very down-to-earth level. When I hear, even within our community, that the man tells me, yeah, all the problems come from women speaking up. So then I benefit from being a foreigner and really pulling ears. This is, the guy who told me this, I pulled his ear and I said, but believe me, you are much more strong and clever to have such a statement, and do you really believe that women are not equal to men? And then the guy tells me, under Rabbina, really, we are all the same, but here down, no, it's not the same. Really, so this is really on the local level. This mindset is still so very much embedded. And I'm, as a foreigner, I really benefit from just confronting people and also like collecting the garbage in front of our factory where the workers are. And of course, you cannot imagine 10 men raise up and tell, no, you cannot collect garbage. So, because I'm a foreigner, with our ladies, they don't do it. And so I'm really telling them, min al-awwal, don't throw, really. It's all for our benefit. And so really slowly, we try to involve the people to tell them, hey, your impact or what you are doing has an impact on all levels, really.
Yeah, love it. Salim or Mayade, did you want to go? Did you want to say something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So So the media is very important. I agree completely, and all this hidden messages, including what goes in the curriculum, what goes in the education system. I once did a whole analysis of the education system in Jordan, and while they said it was gender sensitized, there is all these messages of how women are only socialized in certain jobs as teachers and all that. They're there and they're all hidden and they're found. But I've seen a bit of shift in the media as well. Like more recently, I don't know if you guys saw the movie on Netflix called Inshallah Walad. Has anybody ever seen it? No. It was such an incredible about inheritance law in Jordan and how a woman that has a child and she doesn't have, she has a girl and she can't inherit. But Madrasa Rawabi, everybody has seen, right? Yeah. Yes. So see, the problem is the Madrasa Rawabi is like, not like Inshallah Walad. Inshallah Walad has a message that is very specific that works on inheritance law. So the problem is even the appetite of the masses goes towards these frivolous, more like kind of movies and so on. I want to also talk about a little bit about the informal economy. In Jordan, of course, the women ownership of land is only 19%. It was even less, it was like 5% or something. And joint ownership is 36%. It's because of the inheritance law. But the problem with inheritance law is we do inherit, women do inherit, but half of men in the Islamic Sharia law. The thing is, once they inherit, they do something called takharuj. So the men come and tell them, look, this is for men, I don't know what, you have to give it. So they make her sign and she's like depressed with her father dead or whatever it is. So she gives up the land. Recently, the law was changed in which you have to wait 3 months before you do takharuj. Imagine, it actually dropped to 1/5 of the women. 3 out of 1 women used to do takharuj, now 1 out of 5. And the percentage of women ownership has increased a lot. So just small policy changes, look how it does. You see? So this kind.
I love it. Last point. Go ahead. Rasmi.
Thank you. I will give from my experience, actually. I've been managing a project for grants. I remember I financed around 155 new startup projects and established companies, so it's startup, with 125,000 euros. And I have 2 different experiences from this. By the way, 75% of those projects whom started up is still working, and they are all small scale of businesses. It's like more than family businesses, just because they take a license, they take a space, offices, something like this. And I have two stories to tell. First one being led by a lady, and she hired her husband as a financial director with 2,500 JD salary a month. And she like used all of her chairs and sofas and dining for like a meeting room and all of these things. Of course, her project shut down after like two years, and she's closed out. And another story, her name is Qutna. She's from Wadi Ram, Disa area, and she came up with an idea that the divorcing, rate in Wadi Ram is very high between men and women. And she says, how we can solve this? And she's active in local societies at local CBOs. And she came up with an idea to establish like a beauty salon. And with this, she can help ladies, women to be, more beauties, come up to salons for, for their things. And with this, she thinks she will help with decrease the divorcing rate in Wadi Ram. And she hired 3 ladies with her, and this project is still running until now and became a very successful project in the area. So those 2 experiences are very important. I mean here, enabling the mindset of ladies whom establishing the micro businesses with the grants is very important. However, a grants is easy to be expended, but not to sustain. When the grants finished, that means we are waiting the clients and customers. If we didn't do our job and our work, nobody will come. Mm-hmm. So we will shut down. So enabling is very, very important with this issue.
I have so many things to say, but I'm the moderator, so I'll just give it to Salem to take us home.
Okay, just to the point about the role of women in the media or the perception of women in the media, I think that when it comes to international media, I would say that the Middle Eastern men also positioning in international media is not always the best. Huh? Like it goes 2 ways. When we speak about local media, I really encourage, I think a lot of people are doing some social media campaigns with intersection with cinema and so on to change the perception of the majority of the population. And I think that there is a huge potential there. But when it comes to international media, I want to be fair and say that also the positioning of men is not so good.
Yeah, excellent point. Thank you, Salem. And thank you to all the amazing panelists. And, I think just to wrap up, this panel is, I think the significance of this panel is that we need to see an exponential growth in the private sector and specifically in bottom-up venture growth through entrepreneurship so that we can create the kind of employment opportunities for women to take on and move forward. So thank you all again. And I believe now we have a 15-minute break until the next panel where you will be stuck with your happy host, Dina, again. But I promise to make it fun. It will be about data and research, which is extremely important to everything that we are discussing today. So thank you very much. And we'll see you in 15 minutes. Ahlan wa sahlan. Oh, yeah.
Hi again, everyone. Is it possible that you grab your coffee and come back to the room, please? We don't want you to be late for lunch. Where is he? Right. ما هي ما بيكلموا كريم عينوني he was asking about how to access. Did somebody respond to him? Someone sent an email yesterday. Okay يا جماعة تقدروا ترجعوا تاني please. So I know that our amazing moderator, Dina Sharif, and my very good friend said that she will, reconvene the panel. But hello, colleagues. I wanted to just say a few words about Dina, because while she owned the stage and she introduced herself, in her current capacity as the director of the MIT Center for Entrepreneurship. But also Dina has a lot more of roles that she has played over the years on both the regional, the country of course, but regional and the international scene. So Dina herself is an entrepreneur, is a serial entrepreneur. She has a business that does research and that supports innovation. It's called Ahead of the Curve. We're collaborating with them on several other fronts. And she has been in an advisory role to several international and government entities. Her contributions have been widely recognized on several platforms, so I want to give a few examples. Nice. Hello, you're missing very important announcements, ya جماعة. But anyway, in 2016, Dina has received the Women Entrepreneur of the Year award from the Egyptian-based American Chamber of Commerce. And she was honored by the Embassy of India as the Woman of Substance and was selected as one of the United Nations Global Compact Sustainable Development Goal pioneers. And most recently, she was named one of the top 50 influential women by Amwal al-Ghad magazine. The reason I say that is really not just what you have seen in terms of her skills for moderation, but she really has a lot to offer. So we want to make sure that we all give her questions that she can also use in this very, very interesting session that she's going to moderate. As I mentioned, we are very interested in the link between research and policy, and it's a really important session for us that can help us to move forward. So please, I'm sure Dina is more than capable to get all your suggestions and questions that you can also hand to my colleagues here. But without further ado, a very interesting panel with distinguished panelists, which Dina will introduce. Over to you, Dina.
Thank you, Wissam. I appreciate the very kind and generous introduction. Is Karim online? Alexandrine? And he'll be on the screen, right? Okay. But until then, this is, when we talk about data and research, I feel like people think it's going to be boring. But the this is going to be fun, right? We're going to try to make it fun. So this particular panel, I think, is very close to my heart because I am, part practitioner and part academic, and I am very passionate about the idea that decisions need to be based on data and evidence. And this particular panel is going to focus on how we can take evidence that is accurate and really translate that into policy and decision making. And this is extremely important when we talk about transition to the green economy and gender inclusion, because as we know from the panel before, policies really matter. But policies that are not based on accurate data usually don't lead to the kind of impact that we want to see. So on this panel, we have three really great individuals. I'm going to, I'm not sure if Karim is online. I want to say that he's online, but we have Karim El Ainoui, who is the executive president of the Policy Center for the New South. I'm not sure what the New South is, but we're going to ask him. He is also executive vice president of the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University and is dean of humanities, economics, and social science cluster. He's also an economist, and for quite a bit of time, he was director of economic statistics and international relations at the Central Bank of Morocco. And he's been playing a fairly significant role in Morocco and in working to see data and research be integrated into policy making. We also have Ruba Hinnawi, who is technical lead at EarthNA. She has a background in architecture, but has been doing quite a bit of work in sustainability and in the circular economy. Super excited to hear about some of the things you're going to talk about. And then last but not least, we have the great Professor Meghed Osman, and I'm Egyptian, so I can say this: in Egypt, he's a real legend, and the kind of go-to person for everything related to data and research, specifically within the area of sustainable development, and has many, many years of experience in conducting wide-scale surveys, has actually served worked with the government. He's worked with multiple international development organizations, the UN, the World Bank. I mean, who haven't you worked with? Pretty much everyone. Ministers, And he just published a new book, which is really focused on how we can actually use data more effectively. I haven't read it yet, but I did get a signed copy. So, are we ready? Is Karim online? Can he hear us? Can we hear him? No?
Okay, I think you can now.
Oh, Karim, can you hear us?
Yes, I could hear you, but someone has locked everything, so I was not able to activate my camera. So the host has locked everything. So
okay, can the host unlock so that his video...
That should be fine now. You should see me now.
Don't see you yet.
Okay.
That's okay, but you can hear me because
I
Karim.
see myself. Anyway.
It's okay. We're gonna. Oh, there you go. Hi, Karim. So good to see you. It's good because I really want to start with you, because you're currently leading a major policy think tank, and think tanks are very rare in our part of the world, especially think tanks that are very successful. And I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about, and I'm going to ask Dr. Meghed to comment as well, what are the biggest gaps in this area of evidence-based decision-making, specifically when it comes to women's participation and transition to the green economy within the Arab region?
But thank you, Nadima. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to the organizers. Actually, we don't know really. I mean, lots of research, but we don't know why the participation on the labor market of women is so low in our countries, in the region in general. There are many explanations, ranging from non-work, non-labor activities, home activities, etc., but not, having kids. But there are many issues that are not, it doesn't reconcile, in fact, with the very strong increase of women at university and high school, where they have, it's the majority of our students now. Of course, there are generational effects. It's going to take time, but still we don't understand very well. It has to do also with the entrepreneurship, something you know well, and the value of a degree perceived in the future. So there are clearly very differentiated paths between boys and girls as how they see university. So I think we need there more research, but just putting doubling the participation rate of women in the labor market will sort of give for a country like Morocco a permanent 1 percentage point of GDP permanently. So I think that's the, there's no way we will escape the middle income trap of all the middle income countries of the region if we don't increase the labor force participation of women. That I think it should be clear for everybody. And there are many research ongoing. The thing this research and is often not sort of digestible necessarily for policymakers, although there are attempts, and that's what we try to do at the Policy Center, is really to be a transcriptor, decoder of research for policymaker to act as a platform, as a bridge. Good policy making is painful, and it's details, it takes time. I mean, you guys are into research, so you know that there are many details, and the cyclicality of policy, of politics in many countries is not necessarily, of course, in tune with that. So it needs to be organized, and I think in general, institutions, governments are not well organized for that. There are, of course, partnership and cooperations between academic institutions and governments. In the area of training, it's easier, but in the area of research, it's much more complex. The relations that academia has with the business is sort of easier, but in terms of innovation.
Karim, do you think that the private, sorry for interrupting, do you think that the private sector is more, how do I say this, is the private sector more willing to use data to change the way they do business than the government is willing to use data to change the way that they design policies?
I think it's just the market functions for the private sector. It's not about willingness. It's profitable for them. So it's linked to innovation and research and market leadership. So I don't think it's a willingness issue. For governments, it's more difficult because when it becomes political, things are, you need consensus, etc. So often, when I worked for the World Bank, we underestimate the complexity and the difficulty of public policy making and public policy. So first, you need to acknowledge that it is tough, it is difficult, and then you need to organize for that. And you need also to embed the kind of advice you give, the reforms, in the culture of countries. So there is no such thing as one size fits all. There are experiences, lessons. It's interesting to see what other countries are doing, but you need to sort of make it fit and for a specific country. So it's a process that takes time. It needs to have dedicated team, dedicated institutions, and that's what we try to do here at the Policy Center.
And what we have limited capacity. You say that you're called the Policy Center for the New South. What does the New South mean?
Well, that's the culture that I was...
The new culture that you're trying to create.
Yeah, and also we're looking at public policy making from countries in developing, what we used to call developing country. You can call it the Global South, the New South, I see New South means a posture, a South that is reasonable, with reasonable governance in the John Locke sense of things, that still believes in a rule-based order, that still want to partner with others. That is so. I think, and that's how we see the fabric of public policy needs to be specific for us. We have dedicated challenges. It's not sufficient to mimic. In a way, it's reassuring to import global standards because then you kill the debate. This is the global standard.
So basically, we need to be using our own local data to design our own local policies. Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so I want to go to Dr. Megid. Basira is like, it's really the go-to place for all things related to collecting data when it has to do with making decisions about the population in Egypt. And you've conducted multiple studies. We can't even count how many. But from your perspective, through the work that you've done through Basira and the work that you've done specifically with the government, what kind of trends are you seeing in regards to governments in the region, or specifically in the case of Egypt, really adopting and embracing data as the very root of how they design policies? And specifically, what are you seeing with regards to policymaking when it comes to women and this whole issue of creating green jobs and integrating women in that space? That was a kind of a couple of questions, but you can do it. Addaha Udud, right?
Okay. Thank you, Dina. Let me turn to Arabic because I think we need to be fair with the people who are making the translation from English to Arabic. I think they work too much today, فI'll give them a break.
Okay.
يعني في البداية بتوجه بالشكر ل IDRC لتنظيم هذا اللقاء المهم، وعلى وجه الخصوص دكتورة وسام البيه على هذا النشاط المتميز، وبشكرها على دعوتي، وبشكر طبعا دينا على هذه الأسئلة الصعبة اللي هتطرحها علينا.
ليه أسئلة صعبة؟
لكن إذا حاولت أجاوب على سؤال دينا، هو السؤال أنا عبر حياتي المهنية بدأت في الكارير الأكاديمي، ثم التحق بعد 2005 حصل تحول في حياتي إن أنا انتقلت للعمل كرئيس مركز المعلومات ودعم اتخاذ القرار في مجلس الوزراء، وده think tank لمجلس الوزراء. ثم حدث مختلف ما حدش متوقعه، وهو ثورة 25 يناير، وفوجئت بنفسي في مقعد وزاري لمدة مدة مش طويلة الحمد لله، ثم عافاني الله منها، وبدأت أعمل في أنشأت مركز بصيرة، اللي هو كان حلم بالنسبة لي أن يكون عندنا في مصر مركز إصلاحات رأي مستقل. فكان قطاع خاص وكان مستقل، ولحد دلوقتي قدر يحافظ على استقلاليته. المسيرة دي علمتني بعض الحاجات، علمتني أنه متخذ القرار محتاج معلومات ونفسه يحصل على معلومات، ولكن هو عايز معلومات for me only، مش عايز المعلومات دي تبقى معلومات public. هو عايز معلومات بس هو بس اللي يعرفها، وهو اللي بس يستخدمها إذا أراد. فبالتالي قضية المعلومات، البوليتيكال ايكونومي بتاع المعلومات مهم جدا. قبل ما نوصل لمرحلة الفورميليشن بتاع البابليك بوليسيز، لازم نفكر في الفاليو تشين الموجودة، أو سلسلة القيمة اللي موجودة، اللي هي بتبدأ بجمع معلومات ثم تحليلها إلى آخره، وبعدين اتخاذ قرارات، ثم صنع سياسات عامة، ومن ضمنها السياسات العامة اللي احنا بنتكلم عليها فيما يتعلق بتمكين المرأة. فالمرحلة دي الحقيقة بتاخدنا عبر سلسلة هي فيها تفاعل ما بين الإحصاء كعلم الجمع البيانات والعلوم المشابهة له، وممارسة العمل السياسي. وممارسة العمل السياسي بتزداد الجرعة بتاعتها في مرحلة اتخاذ القرار وفي مرحلة صنع السياسات، فبالتالي بيبقى متخذ القرار لديه اعتبارات كثيرة، من ضمنها واحد منها هو المدخلات اللي بتأتي إليه من المعلومات. لكن لازم نبقى عارفين، وإنه مهم جدا إنه اللي بيعملوا في حقل العمل البحث العلمي الاجتماعي انه اتخاذ القرار ما هوش قرار فني، هو قرار سياسي بالدرجة الأولى وفني جزئيا. فأي حد بياخد قرار أو بيصنع سياسات بيفكر في مصالح متعددة قد لا تكون بالضرورة هي المصلحة العامة اللي بتحكمها فقط، قد تكون مصالح شخصية، قد تكون مصالح جماعات ضغط، قد تكون في بعض الاعتبارات الفساد اللي بتؤدي إلى مسارات معينة ليس بالضرورة أنها تكون تتوافق مع نتائج المعلومات التي ظهرت بشكل مهني سليم موضوعي إلى آخره. فبالتالي هذا التفاعل يجب أن يكون في ذهننا، لأن احنا لا نتصور أن السياسات العامة هتأتي مجردة عن الهوى وبعيدة عن المصالح، ولكنها بتأتي في مجمل يعني منظومة معينة لا تخلو من الفساد ولا تخلو من المصالح العامة ولا تخلو من المصالح الخاصة ولا تخلو من جماعات الضغط التي بتضغط ولا تخلو أيضا من الحقائق. مؤكد أنه متخذ القرار يريد أن ينجح، ولكن النجاح بتاعه هل هو نجاح عام ولا نجاح خاص؟ هنا دي أمور طبعا بتختلف من حالة إلى حالة ومن شخص إلى شخص ومن دولة إلى دولة، والحوكمة الخاصة بهذه المنظومة مهمة جدا عشان تخلي الأمور ماشية في اتجاه المصلحة العامة ولا تحيد عن المصلحة العامة. ده يعني ملخص كده سريع. الحقيقة التجربة بتاعتنا في بصيرة إنه إحنا يعني شركة خاصة بتعمل على جمع بيانات وعلى إتاحة البيانات للكافة. إحنا لا نصدر بيانات لشخص معين أو لجهة معينة، بنرسلها الإعلام والإعلام بينشر ما يريد أن ينشره، فبالتالي بتصل إلى كل الناس على قدم مساواة. وهذه النقطة الحقيقة نقطة مهمة جدا. لكن قبل أن يعني أنهي حديثي، أنا بعتقد أن هناك إشكالية كمان فيما يتعلق بالطريقة اللي الأكاديميين أو العلماء بيصدروا بيها تقاريرهم اللي تعرض على متخذ القرار اللي بيتوقعوا إنها تكون لها تأثير.
قصدك إيه؟ قصدك إن إحنا complicated؟
لا أنا قصدي إن إحنا too complicated.
قصدك إن إحنا too complicated؟
لا يعني أنا هقول مثال مثلا، أي حد أكاديمي عادة لما يكتب تقرير يبدأ التقرير بمبرراته وبعدين مراجعة الأدبيات وبعدين النموذج والمنهجية إلى آخره، ثم ينتقل إلى النتائج، ثم إذا فتح الله عليه بشيء فبيتكلم على بعض التوصيات، في حين أنه متخذ القرار هو عايز التوصيات وعايز تكلفتها وعايز توقيتها وعايز إيه الخسائر اللي هتعود عليه لو نفذها، لكن ما يهموش المنهجية، ما يهموش الليترتشر ريفيو، كل الحاجات دي ما تعنيهوش. ربما خلينا نحسن الظن بيه لأنه بيثق في الرجل اللي قام بهذا العمل، فخلاص مش هيديبيت يعني في الموضوع ده، لكن يهمه الجزء الأخير. فإحنا يعني زي بالظبط الصحفي اللي بيكتب نتائج حاجة، هو الحاجة الأولانية هي المانشيت هو النتائج، ما هوش المنهجية، ما هوش الليترتشر ريفيو. إحنا بالنسبة لنا كأكاديميين بنشتغل في التقارير كما لو كانت رسالة أطروحة ماجستير أو دكتوراه، في حين إنه متخذ القرار عايز حاجة مختلفة خالص. جيب لي من الآخر إيه هي التوصية، هتكلف كام، تكلفتها إيه، العبء بتاعها عليا سياسيا إيه، أقدر أنفذها ولا أنفذهاش، لو نفذتها إيه المخاطر اللي هتيجي عليا، وهكذا. فأعتقد إن إحنا برضو عندنا مشكلة في إن إحنا لا نقدم البحث العلمي الاجتماعي بطريقة مفهومة لمتخذ القرار. وهنا بقى السايز بتاع البرودكت مهم جدا. يعني لما حد يعمل تقرير 90 صفحة ويتصور إن في وزير هيقعد يقراه، يبقى أكيد الوزير ده ما بيعملش شغله.
طب بص أنا عايزة أقول لكم الكتاب ده فوق 100 صفحة.
لا ما تقريهوش كله. فأنا بعتقد إنه قصر البرودكت مهم جدا للتأثير على متخذ القرار. استخدام الانفوجرافيكس مهم قوي. الطريقة الكونفنشنال في إن احنا نوصل الحقائق بطريقة مبسطة مهمة جدا. فتبسيط المعلومة هو ده الدور اللي كتير جدا من الأكاديميين ما بيعرفوش يعملوه. ولازم يتعلموا عليه، لأن هو ده اللي هيخلي لنا امباكت على السياسات العامة وعلى اتخاذ القرار. شكرا.
قولي يا ربا، قولي ربا، احكي لنا انت دورك في Earthna. أنتي شفتي real life examples of taking data and translating it to policy. وعندك a real life example في التعليم في قطر، بس أنتي قلتي لي من شوي إنك عندك a real life example in the circular economy. احكي لنا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Thank you very much, and I'm very happy that Dr. Majid just he nailed it.
In the mic, in the mic.
Okay, he nailed it.
He nailed it.
Yeah, because
بس
this is
كتابه
now,
فوق ال100 صفحة.
No, this is the role of
in the mic, in the mic.
So now this is the role of think tanks. So this is our role. So yeah.
ما تبصليش أنا بص لهم هم.
Okay, so now this is the role of think tanks now. So we come as translators to take all of these data, all of this research, long research, boring research maybe, and to try to offer it and to introduce it in a more practical recommendation, in a more of actionable, let's say, frameworks. And the important thing now, I will share our experience, but I will try to highlight main takeaways across all of our throughout our journey. So we as a think tank, we are called Earthna. We are part of Qatar Foundation. We focus on sustainability in communities in hot and arid regions. And we have different focus areas in which education for sustainability is one of our focus areas. And we try also to connect it or to contextualize it and to connect it to our culture, our values. And this is also very important, as I will highlight, this is the first thing, is how to contextualize and how to be relevant to your context. Because we know that sometimes the funders, the sponsors are from outside the country, and we know that they might endorse their own agenda using their own, let's say, terms of the year or the waves, but this is not relevant to us. And this doesn't take the research into real implementation or at a policy level. So we started, we know that education for sustainability was a very important thing that we need to tackle. But in order to, and we know that working, and this is another recommendation, all policy, let's say, centers, think tanks, it's very important to work with ministries, to work with governments, because this is when you will show that you are a reliable partner and that you can really help them in achieving whether their national vision, their plans, their strategies, or their international commitments when it comes to COPs, to submitting their NDCs. So it's really important to show this value. So we worked with first private schools in order to offer them, and this is the second point, is to offer them tools. So it's not just to go to a school saying, yes, we need to green your curriculum, we need to green the school, but how can I do this? So you offer them a tool. So we offered them the eco schools as a tool, and they start, and we supported them all through the way. So we got insights into the educational system in Qatar, what is needed and what's not needed, where are the opportunities and where are the challenges. And we tried along this way to support them with these materials. So we developed contextualized educational materials to connect students to their surrounding, on their nature. They think Qatar is a desert. No, they have a very diverse ecosystems, marine ecosystems. We also did teacher training. So then, at the time we came in 2022 to the Ministry of Education, when they signed that they want to be part of the Greening Education Partnership with UNESCO, we came in a very timely manner telling them, oh, we worked with schools, this is the outcome of our work, this is how we supported them, and now we're ready to support you in achieving the 50% of educational institutes to be green by 2030. So this is where how close, and you build the relationship and you come with a proof of concept. And now we're working with a pilot project also with 50 schools, public schools. And we're not only this, and that's the third point, is how to monitor and to show them by evidence that our tool worked, is that we started a research project with University College London, and we're measuring the impact of these tools that we're doing on the pilot phase. Now, with all of this, also the fourth point is what type of data that later we will provide within the ministry. It's qualitative and quantitative data. So sometimes quantitative data is not very reflective of what's really happening on ground because it's more of a checklist. Oh yes, they have green whatever roof, they have green solar panels, but the behavior of students is not tackled yet or didn't change yet. Their willingness, their competencies, their vocation, their role, their connectedness to other ecosystems. So this is also important, is both the qualitative and qualitative data. So this is this whole process of a think tank or a policy center working closely with taking all of these data and working with the government is really important to then really inform policy changes and that we can integrate now education for sustainability in the curriculum, in building efficient schools, in all of this.
So if I'm taking away from this beautiful success story that you're sharing, there are key takeaways. One, political will, as in the Ministry of Education wanted to...
because you are adhering to a need to them.
Right, you're fulfilling a need.
Exactly.
And you are demonstrating what is working using evidence.
Yes.
And then they are allowing you to expand to more schools.
Exactly.
So I assume that you are not providing evidence in a complicated way, but that you are simplifying it and using infographics and very clear, easy to digest. We joke about it, but it's so important that we provide data in ways that are easy to digest, not just by policymakers, but by everyone, right?
If you allow me to, I'm sorry if I'm taking too long. You allow me, or we'll come back to it.
Well, what do you want to talk about?
Is another project that
I will come back to you.
Our data on the presentation.
I'll come back because I want to ask the three of you an important question. When Wissam started this morning, she shared some data points. The first data point is that the average participation of women in the labor market in the MENA region is 20%, and it kind of hasn't really shifted much over the past 2 decades. Even though we do endless research and are producing lots of reports and collecting lots of data on women, we haven't seen anything shift in this particular percentage, right? The other thing she shared is that, I'm not sure if it was Wissam who shared it, but let's say it was Wissam, that 100 million jobs could be created within the green economy by the year 2030, if we so wish to make that happen. So we have these kind of two starking statistics or data points. One, this very low percentage of women's participation in the labor market, but yet this incredibly hopeful and positive data point, which is if we know that we can create 100 million jobs and a great percentage of those jobs can go to women. What are we doing wrong when it comes to getting policymakers to pay attention to these very particular data points? We'll start with Karim.
Well, let me start by saying that I don't believe your number of 100 million. So.
It's not my number. It's ILO's number. There we go. Where's Amal Mouefi?
You're endorsing it. Let's be careful when we endorse things, but I know that, of course, that's for the purpose of the discussion. If it was easy, if the formula was on sale at the next pharmacy, we will have use it, all of us. Creating job is not a simple process, and I don't think this kind of research is useful for policymakers. By the way, just saying that you can create 100 million jobs. It's more complex than that. It's not sequential. It's not linear. It's messy. It's tough, and hell is paved with good intentions. There are many unintended consequences of good intentions in public policies. Actually, they dominate. So the only way to organize yourself is to have an embedded process. You need to have a sort of endogenous, self-sustained, anti-fragile organization, and you need talent, and you need them to circulate. So I think there's a fundamental organizational challenge for government and for good policies. So that's a little bit on the first part of your question. On the second part, we understand a bit of it, Dima. We know, like in Morocco, we've done lots of studies. It's a combination of factors and that leads to this behavior. It's a chosen behavior most of the time. It's an arbitrage between, taking care of kids because the minimum wage is too low to cover transport costs, plus the opportunity cost of working for a woman as seen as such because of childcare, so on and so forth. Other things is also the type of job that are available. So there are many reasons. The participation rate is higher before marriage, and it declines first with marriage, and it declines even further down when you have a kid. So this is documented in Morocco. So we are coming with ideas like, in Nordic countries that you need to give vouchers, to give things. So there are ideas, but they're not, I would say, changing drastically and dramatically the landscape. So unless you deal with all these issues, you will not have an increase in the participation rate. And the preference for high degree in higher education for women, mostly they go to medicine, to protected job in the formal sector, in the public sector, and the formal private sector. So this is not entrepreneurship that is being seen as too risky. So how do you de-risk entrepreneurship, which is a risky adventure? And how you have market pressure, you give subsidies, then you don't want to sort of bias the market. So I think it's very difficult, but unless, again, we don't solve this, we not, become higher income countries in this, in this region. So it's a whole sort of set of issues that we have to deal with, urban transport, in cities, dwelling, where do you live? The kind of protection that comes with the job, but at the same time, companies will not hire men. They accept more risk. They have gender type of jobs, difficult in construction. So that's the lessons of what we've been looking at in Morocco, but no silver bullet, no general solution. That's what come up from the research.
I mean, I love what you're saying. Specifically, you're demonstrating, in order for us to see an increase in the participation of women and in this specific space of creating green jobs, there are multiple data points that need to be looked at, and it's actually quite complicated. So policymakers need to be taking into consideration data points across many areas, which is actually not very simple. But yet,
so quickly. So you need to have a system where you constantly ask this question, and you have people within your organization, which is a government, in this case, that are working on that, connected with us, connected with others. It's not sequential. I pay for a study from certain, consultants, and then they come and go. It doesn't really work. It doesn't work this way. It's a mentality, it's a culture, and I think it needs a very strong leadership for this to happen.
So we need to really change the culture in terms of policy making to be data driven and to embrace that complexity. Okay, great. Dr. Mekid, you wrote a whole book about data and policy making. And I think what Karim was just saying now is that actually, if we want to see an increase in the participation of women, and if we want to see a more effective transition to a green economy where women are at the very heart of that, there are so many data points that need to be looked at. Give us, Kida, a summary of how all these years of working in this space of data and policy making, we can no longer afford to not be data-driven and evidence-based in a world that's now going to be controlled by data and AI. So how do we make it so that policymakers really look at the data and take seriously the incredible significance of increasing women's participation and the kind of policies that need to be created? How do we make that shift, that cultural shift that is required? And then Ruba, I'm going to ask you to really give us real life examples.
طيب يعني للإجابة على هذا السؤال أنا عايز يعني أطرح طرح مختلف شوية. يعني أنا أعتقد إن إحنا بنعتمد على مؤشرات بنستخدمها بقالنا سنوات طويلة دون أن تتغير مع تغير الواقع.
زي إيه؟
يعني مثلا لو أنا بتكلم على الفيميل ليفل فورس بارتيسيبيشن. طب هل طريقة قياسه اتغيرت بعد كوفيد؟
أكيد.
لا ما اتغيرتش، هو نفس الطريقة، أجهزة الإحصاء بتسأل نفس السؤال بنفس الطريقة وبتقارن، في حين إنه بعد الكوفيد بقى في ناس كتير بتشتغل من المنزل. هل الكلام اللي قالته الدكتورة ليلى الصبح على القطاع غير الرسمي هل بينعكس في الليبر فورس بارتيسيبيشن؟
لا.
هل الشخص اللي بيعمل في جمع القمامة أو تدوير القمامة هل لو راح المسؤول في جهاز الإحصاء يسأله أنت بتشتغل ولا لأ، هيقول له أنا بشتغل في تدوير القمامة، ولا هيعتبر إن دي حاجة ربما مفيش داعي يقولها لأنها يمكن مثلا مش حاجة يفخر بها؟ وفي هناك أمثلة كثيرة جدا لأنه العالم بيتغير وإحنا لازلنا بنقيس بنفس المقاييس. النهاردة الوركينج فروم هوم أصبح منتشر جدا، مفيش طريقة لقياسه. النهاردة احنا بنتكلم على الموضوع اللي بنتكلم عليه اليوم اللي هو المرأة في الاقتصاد الأخضر. هو احنا على فكرة عملنا دراسة على المرأة في الاقتصاد الأخضر في بصيرة، وفي بعض النتائج المهمة جدا انه على سبيل المثال لا يوجد في المسح بتاع قوة العمل ولا يوجد في المسح بتاع التعداد الاقتصادي أي حاجة ممكن نستفيد بيها فيما يتعلق بالاقتصاد الأخضر ككل وفي مساهمة المرأة فيه. فإذا احنا بنتحدث على حاجة والأدوات بتاعة القياس ماشية بشكل تقليدي بدون أي إحساس بالواقع الذي يتغير. فأنا بطرح على حضراتكم مبادرة إن احنا نفكر مرة أخرى بالمقاييس اللي احنا بنستخدمها ونطرح طرح جديد بمناسبة الحديث عن المرأة في الاقتصاد الأخضر، لأنه المقاييس بتاعة المرأة في الاقتصاد الأخضر مش موجودة. احنا بنتكلم على حاجة
يلا يا
القياس بتاعها مش دقيق.
مركزة؟
فأعتقد النقطة دي تستحق إن احنا ولا سيما إنه المنطقة في المنطقة اللي احنا فيها لها بعض الخصوصيات في هذا المجال، قد تكون في مشتركات مع مناطق أخرى، لكن دي نقطة أيضا تستحق الدراسة. عايز أشير إلى نقطة أخرى وهي الثقافة السائدة، لأن احنا بنتكلم هو ال20% دي ما اتغيرتش ليه بقى لها مدة طويلة. احنا عندنا استطلاعات رأي بنعملها على سؤال يعتبر سؤال يعني طالع من الورد فاليو سيرفي وبيتكرر في دول كثيرة. لو كان في وظيفة شاغرة هل تعطيها لرجل ولا امرأة؟ الإجابة المثالية هي أديها حسب الأحقية، حسب القدرة، حسب يعني حسب الكفاءة. لكن اللي بيحصل في مصر على الأقل وبيحصل في دول عربية أخرى اللي قامت بنفس هذا العمل إنه الغالبية بيقولوا نعطي الفرصة للرجل، حتى النساء منهم. يعني حتى عندما نسأل النساء يقول لك لا نعطي الفرصة للرجل عن المرأة. فإذا في يعني بعض الناس بتوع الانثروبولوجي والسوسيولوجي بيعتبروا إنه دي هزيمة داخلية عند المرأة، أنها بتسلم بالوضع الراهن وبتسلم بالثقافة السائدة وإنه الرجل ياخد وعندما عملنا فوكس جروب في هذا الموضوع في واحد سألني سؤال يعني توقفت عنده، قال لي لو أنت عندك ابن وبنت وفي وظيفة شاغرة واحدة تفضل ابنك اللي يشتغل وبنتك ما تشتغلش ولا بنتك اللي يشتغل وابنك اللي ما يشتغلش؟ فطبعا يعني السؤال ده نابع من إيه؟ إنه فكرة الكفاءة دي مش واردة، يعني دي مش ما هياش بديل آخر، لكن الفكرة هو الباينري سيلكشن ما بين الرجل والمرأة ودايما بتروح لصالح الرجل. فالثقافة السائدة كمان لها تأثير سحري على كل الأمور دي. خدوا بالكم البوليسي ميكر معظمهم ما هماش ستات، البوليسي ميكر معظمهم رجالة. وإذا كانت الثقافة دي الثقافة الخاطئة موجودة بين الإناث فما بالكم بين الذكور. فبالتالي ما نستغربش إنه ال 20% لم تتغير كثيرا لأنه الثقافة لم تتغير بشكل كبير.
طب هنعمل إيه؟
يعني هنعمل إيه؟ ممكن نتكلم عن هنعمل إيه، بس على فكرة عايز أقول لكم حاجة. هي يعني دينا عملت معانا اجتماع وقالت الأسئلة اللي هسألها هي كذا 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 فاستعدوا، وبتقول لنا أسئلة لم تذكرها لحد الآن، ما اعرفش هتقولها بعد. فخدوا بالكم لو انتوا جيتوا مرة.
أنا عملت ديسكليمر، أنا قلت بقى ممكن ساعتها أغير.
لو جيتوا مرة سبيكر معاها خدوا بالكم يعني ما تصدقوهاش يعني. طيب نعمل إيه بقى؟ يعني أنا بعتقد إنه في فرصة كبيرة جدا لما بين الشباب، لأنه الشباب مختلفين عن الكبار. الكبار خلاص الثقافة بتاعتهم مستقرة وسائدة. الشباب بنعمل معاهم ايه؟ مؤكد ان احنا مثلا عندنا في العالم العربي كله بدون استثناء انه الجاب او الفجوة ما بين الذكور والاناث في التعليم غير موجودة، وبالذات في معظم الاحيان بتكون لصالح الاناث. لكن في سوق العمل القصة مختلفة خالص. ففي حاجات في مثلا الكير ايكونومي ممكن يكون حل كبير جدا انه يعلم انه يوظف الاناث في وظائف معينه ما فيش اقبال من الذكور عليها. لكن كمان المجالات الجديده، يعني احنا لازم نفكر في مستقبل العمل في المستقبل، وان في نيو جوبز ونيو سكيلز لازم تكون موجوده،
وجوبز هتتشال
بالظبط. فالفكره انه الجرين فيلدز اللي هي ما فيهاش لسه فاضيه، فرصه الاناث فيها اكبر كتير قوي من انها تزاحم في ان انا اشتغل، ان الست تشتغل تسوق تريلا مثلا، لانه مليانه رجاله ومش يعني هتبقى ما هياش يعني هتبقى زيرو سام جيم بس يعني هخصم من. لكن في الجرين فيلدز لا، في فرصه كبيره جدا للناس ان هم يتواجدوا فيها ويحصل تغيير في نسب المشاركه بتاعت النساء في الفتره القادمه. وبرضه باكد على القطاع غير الرسمي، لانه القطاع الرسمي فيه فرص كتيره لكن معظمها ما هياش ديسنت جوبز. فهي الفكره ان احنا نخلق في القطاع غير الرسمي ديسنت جوبز، وما نحاربش القطاع الرسمي نقول عايزين نحوله يبقى تحت عباءه الحكومه، لانه اتس نوت وركينج ومش هيجيب نتيجه. شكرا
دكتور ماجد. ربع.
So first, I will comment on the same question. So what is required maybe or needed to include more women? First, do we really women want to be included more? And this is something to contextualize according to the local community. So this is something very important, and it's unfortunately sometimes it's overlooked. Maybe in a certain community they have a role, but it's not. Maybe it's an informal role or so, but they have a role and they contribute to the economy, maybe indirectly. So this is the first thing. And the other one is to show when you present your policy, show the added value of women participation, whether this is in economically or social value, what her participation will add. And then the transition. Sometimes, yes, maybe we are thinking of short-term, looking at short-term results or findings, but maybe the transition will take more time because we are making a revolutionary, let's say, so that needs time. So maybe we are on the right track, but it needs time. To reach.
So how can we see more successful initiatives like what you did?
So, and the last one is maybe the workplace. Maybe redesigning workplaces or so that might create or change number at least and so. And when we collect data and we monitor, let data on women be mandatory so that we really get the results that we need and we can collect them and say, oh, these numbers are right or wrong. Now, giving successful examples on how to demonstrate data to your before question, is that we had a project on circular economy and we were looking at different waste streams, and we identified that we will work on the PET plastics, specifically on PET plastics. And the way we, as researchers, did this was very interesting, is that we've tried, of course, there are many tools now in the market, and there are many tools that researchers are using, but we focused on LCA, the life cycle assessment. And what we did is that we did the baseline, and then we proposed different scenarios. So this is when test beds are hard to conduct, or it's hard to pilot, or you have so many variables that it is hard to control. So running such tools is very important because we've proposed 9 different scenarios across the life cycle of the whole product under different circumstances, and the results were amazing. And so for policymaker, when he sees that where he will put his money, he will get the impact that he's looking for, that is, and demonstrate this. This is an assuring exercise to him that.
So you showed the impact of all these different scenarios.
Yes, so
it's like you showed prototypes.
Yeah, we proposed different scenarios. What if we brought recycle instead of VPET? What if we enhance the collection and segregation processes? What if we did extended producer responsibility? What if we've put all these scenarios. And what was interesting, and this is something that how decision makers, for example, on the Ministry of Ministerial Party for us, they might have put millions of dollars maybe in enhancing the segregation and the collection system in order to increase recycling, but it showed the minimum positive impact in terms of climate action, meaning the carbon emissions, in terms of particulate matter using fossil fuels, in terms of across the different categories that we were measuring impact on. The most showed in which you use recycled PET instead of virgin PET. So when you import your raisins or your flakes, this is where showed the most impact. So for a country, they might, we need to increase recycling bins. We need to invest in such infrastructure. But it didn't show that impact as much as the others. Yeah. So sometimes how to demonstrate these will help the decision maker to be confident when he takes or he decides on.
Very interesting. I love it. Very interesting. Okay, last question. I know we're almost running out of time. Maybe we don't have time for a last question. Do we have time, or do I take questions? Okay, we'll take the audience. That would be fair. Can we take all 3 and then have the panelists respond?
Thank you. Do you want me to ask in English or Arabic?
زي ما تحبي.
بصراحة يعني أنا أنا أصلاً consultant بس كنت decision maker. فقصة إنه كيف أقدر هلأ طلعت على فترة وأنت حكيتي بدنا نوصل ل evidence-based decision making, especially أنا in water sector, and we don't have time to try and repeat or reinvent the wheels. So it's important that the researcher or consultant to speak same language or more or less near language with the decision maker. They don't understand when the researchers start talking, they wouldn't understand. And I used to attend a very good program called Science Diplomacy. It is where they invite scientists and researchers with decision maker. They sit together and they try to understand what the decision maker would like to hear, and then they speak. Usually then I took this from there. Before I was Secretary General Ministry of Water, but then with population. Population, we're talking about studies about population policies. For every study that you mention, long one, it is needed to make sure that your decision is right, but each study should be accompanied with, they call it a policy brief. This is especially to decision makers. So I use myself to go there to the cabinet, meet the ministers there, explain to them. But this is important. It's not only with policy maker. The diplomacy is also important even with the people. When we're talking about water problem here, people, they don't believe us because you speak language different. They don't understand. So they also need a different type of diplomacy where you can talk. For this is important rather than.
Do you have a question or is this the comment?
That is comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have 2 questions. Thank you so much. So you're with Dr. Megid. Speak the language of the policymaker and simplify the data. Thank you.
So my question is the persistent low female labor force participation really about women's empowerment, discrimination, structural constraints, whatever reasons we are putting, or is it more fundamentally tied to the macroeconomic scenario, sluggish growth and limited private sector opportunities, which is affecting both men and women, but it's actually hitting women harder? That's my question.
Who's your question for?
For whoever wants to answer. But as for the process, I just wanted to let you know that in Jordan yesterday we celebrated the Prime Minister of Jordan celebrated the launch of the Good Regulatory Practice Law, which mandates the implementation, the conduct of regulatory impact assessments and policy impact assessments before any regulation or policy is to be issued, which is now it's a major step for Jordan actually, and is leading the decision makers to have evidence-based decisions with all the costs, benefits and alternative solutions being all studies. In addition, it enforces the use of the e-participation to have a mass scalable participation from all the public entities, CBOs and from the general population. So this came into force yesterday.
Very positive. We look forward to seeing. So your question is the issue structural barriers, or is the issue that there just aren't enough jobs?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Valentina.
Thank you. رح أحكي بالعربي. بحب أحكي أنا إنه إحنا عنا بالوطن العربي دراسات كتير، يعني عندك الجامعات بتعمل دراسات، عنا ريسيرش سنترز بيعملوا دراسات، بس هدول الدراسات حتى لو وصلوا للبوليسي ميكرز ما بتطبقوا أو ما بتفرجوا عليهم. We need to get the media I would say lobbying or advocacy part of the research. Are we doing this? قد بحب أسمع منكم.
Okay. Alexandrine, do we have time for one more question and then we can wrap up?
One more question?
There's a question over here.
Okay. Just one of you. Sorry. Who else? Just one. Okay.
Just one. Oh, just one. أعطيك? No. سؤالي تقريبا أتكلم عربي. سؤالي تقريبا مع الأخت يمشي مع نفس المنهجية الأخت. يعني أنا أشوف مثلث، يعني الموضوع مهم، وضع جسر ما بين البحث والسياسات، لكن تطبيقه واش أنتم عندكم خبرة؟ يعني تابعتوا بعض البحوث كيف دارت السياسات وبعدين طبقت، كانت متابعة ومواكبة. هذا السؤال الأول. وكذلك إذا كان ممكن تعطيونا نتائج على سياسات اللي دازوا من قبل اللي هما نجحوا في الحد من الفوارق الاجتماعية.
تمام.
شكرا.
أظن ده السؤال لدكتور ماجد ودكتور كريم، صح؟ Okay. طيب. Let's begin with wrap up. We'll start with you, Roba. Do you want to take the question related to, we're going to have to be concise and precise. Which question do you want to take?
In these, I'll just comment very fast, and maybe this is the answer for two of the questions. First, yes, we need to institutionalize all the coming together for all parties, community members, private sector, public sector, governments, everyone, so that they have always to sit together, and you have to do this in the right manner and regularly. Another one, yes, any policy, we have to familiarize people with the policy through media, through activity, through workshops, through defining roles and responsibilities of different parties, yes. And data, yes, it's very important, and we have to have an open access data, and this is the national authorities' data statistics authorities, all of these are very important players and they have to be included at all stages of and decision making.
Yeah.
I hope.
Dr. Karim, I would love for you to take the question that was posed about is the issue in regards to women participation, is it structural barriers or is it that there just aren't enough jobs based on the research that you have done?
There's a clear answer to that. It is structural.
It's structural.
It's partially conjunctural, of course, the business cycle, which is for men and women tend to be more affected by downturns than men. This, of course, there is a higher, I would say, impact for women, but fundamentally it is structural. And let me add one conundrum to the discussion. The participation rate has been declining, in fact, over the past 25, 30 years. At the same time, the number of schooling year of women in the labor force has increased. So, urbanization has increased in all the countries. The quality of healthcare, the maternity death and child death at birth has decreased. All these indicators should, in fact, increase labor force participation of women, and we've seen it declining. So, as I said before, there are other reasons, and there are really multiple reasons, factors that are very difficult to encompass in one policy. It is paradigmatic, I think, and needs very strong and long-term efforts.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Karim. Dr. Maged, I think آخر السؤالين اللي هنا كانوا
طيب للإجابة على هذه الأسئلة أنا هجاوب بطريقة عملية وهتكلم على أحد المشروعات اللي احنا عملناها اللي بعتقد أنها بتلبي هذا أو بتستجيب لما حضراتكم أشرتوه. اللي عملناه هو observatory مرصد للمرأة المصرية وده مرصد موجود على الانترنت مفتوح لأي حد ما فيهوش أي نوع من اللايرز المختلفة يعني public لكل الناس باللغة العربية واللغة الإنجليزية. الموقع اسمه eNow Egypt National Observatory for Women enow.gov.eg. الفكرة من هذا المرصد هو أنه كان استجابة لاستراتيجية تمكين المرأة في مصر اللي أطلقت في 2016 وكان فيها مجموعة من المؤشرات اللي يتم متابعتها للحكم على مسار تمكين المرأة هل هو ناجح ولا فاشل. وكان في حوالي 30 مؤشر كنا حاطينهم وبنجمع بيانات نشوف البيانات مش بالضرورة تكون احنا اللي جمعناها ممكن تكون مصادر أخرى جمعتها لحساب هذه المؤشرات من 2016 يعني ماشيين لغاية 2030 كل ما تتوافر بيانات بنحطها وبنعمل لها كالر كود عشان نبين هل المؤشر ده ماشي في الاتجاه الصحيح أو في الاتجاه الخاطئ. ففي حاجات باللون الأحمر بتقول إنه لم ننجح فيها، في حاجات باللون الأخضر بتقول إن احنا نجحنا فيها. على سبيل المثال الموضوع بتاع labor force participation واخد ضوء أحمر في مصر، لكن مثلا financial inclusion واخد ضوء أخضر. ففي حاجات وهذا المرصد هو مرصد مستقل تماما لا يتدخل فيه أي أحد، له بورد بيقرر ايه البيانات اللي تدخل فيه واللي ما تدخلش فيه عشان ما ندخلش الدراسات الصغيرة اللي قد لا تكون معبرة أو ممثلة لكل الدولة. وهذا المرصد الحقيقة أخذ تمويل من اليو ان وومن في البداية ثم من الورلد بانك. والحقيقة ويمكن ده هيجاوب على سؤال اتقال من قبل ازاي نجمع بيانات والتمويل بتاعها مصدره ايه. هو احنا بنجمع بيانات في هذا المرصد، لكن عندما نطرح الموضوع على دونرز عشان يمولوه بنحطه في شكل متكامل، بحيث ان احنا ما بنقولش احنا عايزين تمويل لجمع بيانات، بنقول احنا عايزين تمويل عشان نطلع بوليسي بيبرز متعلقة بموضوع معين. فالموضوع ده لو كان مهم فالدونرز بيقبل على تمويله ونقول له عشان نعمل هذه البوليسي بيبر بطريقه ايفيدنس بيزد احنا محتاجين نجمع بيانات جديده. فبنجمع البيانات، لكن لو رحنا للدونر وقلنا له احنا عايزين نجمع بيانات ما حدش هيهتم. لكن لو قلنا له احنا عايزين نقدم سوليوشن بوليسي اناليسيز لحاجه معينه او بوليسي بيبر لحاجه معينه بيقبل عليها وما عندوش مانع ان هو يستثمر في جمع البيانات المطلوبه عشان نعرف نجاوب على هذه الاسئله. طيب انا هنهي بس حديثي بحاجه فكاهيه شويه عشان بس اثبت لحضراتكم انه المعلومات ما هياش محزنه وجامده وتبعث على الاسى يعني. وهي نقطه الحقيقه متعلقه بالموضوع اللي احنا بنتكلم عنه اللي هو الاقتصاد الاخضر والناس شايفاه ازاي في استطلاعات الراي. احنا كنا عندنا كونتراكت بنعمل نوع من قياس معرفة الناس بمصطلح من المصطلحات بتاعة التغير المناخي، وعملناها قبل وبعد حملة إعلامية عملتها وزارة البيئة في مصر، والحملة كان اسمها اتحضر للأخضر. ومن ضمن الحاجات الطريفة يعني اللي هي بتبين انه البحث العلمي بيكون في وادي والثقافة المحلية بتكون في وادي آخر، ان احنا عندما سألنا الناس هل سمعت عن اتحضر الأخضر، فناس كتير قالوا سمعنا. فلما نيجي نسألهم طب معناه ايه، ففي بعض الناس تصوروا انه الأخضر ده بيعبر عن الدولار لأن الدولار لونه أخضر. فاتحضر الأخضر يعني استعد ليه انه سعر التحويل سعر الصرف هيتغير والجنيه هيحصل فيه تعويم، فبالتالي الجنيه هيبقى سعر الصرف بينه وبين دولار مختلف، فتحضر لكده. فده بيبين يعني الوزاره مثلا انفقت فلوس كتيره في هذه الحمله، ولكن في ناس فهمتها في اتجاه اخر خالص. فهنا يعني انا ليه بقول المثال ده، مش بس عشان اقول نكته يعني في الاخر بس لانه البحث العلمي الاجتماعي في بعض الاحيان بيبقى بمعزل عن الثقافه السائده. فممكن اسال الناس سؤال وانا متصور ان هو ده السؤال الصحيح، لكن الناس تفهمه بشكل خطا. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا Dr. Megid. Okay, I think I know we're getting the look. We have to end, but I just really want to thank Dr. Wissam and IDRC for bringing this extremely important topic to the table, because I think it's not possible anymore for countries in this region to not be developing policies that are evidence-based. We are entering the era of data, and we need to be controlling our data and making decisions based on that particular evidence coming out. So thank you so much for bringing this topic in. There's so much more to discuss. Thank you to our amazing panelists. Thank you for the joke, Dr. Megid fil akhir, so we appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I'll hand it back over to Alexandrine.
Thank you very much, Karim. I would like you to stay online for a group picture with your fellow panelists, if you don't mind. In the meantime, I invite everybody for a last coffee break. We have coffee and tea here. Let's try to perhaps do that quickly. There isn't any more pastries anyway, so coffee, tea, bathroom, and then we can resume because we're running late a little bit already. So if we can rejoin in 5 or 10 minutes, that would be lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Karim. Thank you so much for joining us online.
Thank you. Shukran jazilan. Enjoy the rest of the conference. See you soon, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you.
تيست تيست ايوه so many people.
Can you test this?
Yeah. Test test.
Okay, you need to be very close to
Yeah,
it. Perfect.
yeah.
Oui. Oui.
Like this one.
Check, check. Check, check. Oh, yeah. I think it's. Oh.
Test test.
لا C 1 2
ما في حدا ما ايوه
C
French I need.
You have 12 languages.
Khadija?
You speak all languages of this conference. Tamam. Jumana. Perfect. Okay, so I think
How we
if
will
you,
make the presentation?
I will have the clicker. You
But
tell
where-
you
yeah.
tell me next slide. Okay.
So we're going to see it over there, or
You will see it.
You'll stand on podium.
okay.
You can
That's
stand up
fine.
order.
Okay. خليه هلا مسكر.
Okay, so I have the presentation, I have the clicker, so you need to tell me next slide. Okay? There are just 3 slides. Okay.
No, I will ask you to come in the podium if you like.
You have English channel, is it okay with you?
Yeah.
English? Yeah, everything will come to you.
Is it
in
1 or
English.
2?
Already it's turned on.
English is.
English is.
Yes.
So I have the presentation with me. I have the clicker, so you tell me next slide.
Are we going with the right order?
أنا راح أوقف هناك لما أحكي. بس ممكن إنه بالأسئلة ما في مشكلة.
اوكي اعتقد احنا هنبتدي يا جماعه لو تحبوا ان انتوا ترجعوا بما ان مفيش قهوه علشان نخلص بدري ونعرف نتغدى صح كده تمام انا ليا الحظ ان انا اعمل مودريشن لبانل تانية فشكلنا انا ودينا سيطرنا على كل المودريشنز النهارده فليكوا حظ بقى للمودريشن المصري الستايل المصري طيب تمام I'm going to switch to English. I'm very, very pleased to also moderate this panel. And this time we're going to have a different style for the panel. So the previous 3 panels, you saw that there was more of a discussion, more of questions and answers style. But this time we want to make sure that you also have very concrete examples from research projects that have been funded, most of them at IDRC, in order for you to get a more understanding of the kinds of projects that we support that is not academic research for the purpose of publishing, although this is an outcome that's possible as well, but that it's really applied research that aims to inform, development practices, policies, and programs. So I'm very pleased to have on the panel very fine researchers and leaders from various backgrounds and from different country contexts. So we have Dr. Ayman Rabia, who I'm very pleased he could make it. He is coming to represent the Palestinian Hydrology Group for Water and Environmental Resource Development. He's the executive director. He comes from the West Bank. You're coming from the West Bank, sah? So he's going to be focusing on giving us a bit more of an understanding about IDRC's supported project titled Gaza Food Connections Toward Resilient Women-Led Urban Agroecological Farming Initiative. And within the context, of course, of Palestinian territories, we would like to get an understanding about how this project has gone so far, what has been the setbacks of the current atrocities that take place, and what are the potential for sustaining knowledge systems over time. I'm also very pleased to have an old colleague, Jumana Khalout, who's a researcher and a professor at the American University of Beirut. We served together in the UN times. And Jumana is focused in her research on just transition, urban development, and the intersection of energy, mobility, and gender, particularly in post-crisis contexts. So we will be seeing two examples of kind of fragile context in a way. And then we will shift afterwards to our North Africa colleagues, Dr. Khadija Borash. Dr. Khadija is a gender development specialist, and the research she will present explores how women can better benefit from the agriculture production in Morocco. And she will be presenting her session in French. Exactly. So, you shouldn't be sorry. It's an official language of Canada as well, and we have translation. Our wonderful interpreters are very swiftly shifting from all languages. And then equally, Dr. Radwan Shukrallah, who is also from Morocco, and he will be bringing us his wealth of experience in climate-smart agriculture, irrigation and water resource management. And his work explores locally grounded, scalable green solutions in fragile environmental settings. So last but not least, we have Sara Ragab. She's a researcher with the Economic Research Forum, and then she will be taking us to a regional perspective. صح كده? And through the project that she will be presented, she has participated with it with the Economic Research Forum. She examines labor market transformation and inclusive employment opportunities in the region's shift towards green sector. So without further ado, I would like to suggest that each of the panelists can give us between 3 to 5 minutes of an overview. I will be a little bit strict on time. I am a daughter of a surgeon who also has served in the military. So if we didn't eat lunch at 2 o'clock, we skipped lunch. So I'm going to let you know if you're exceeding a little bit over time, so that we also have some time for discussion. Without further ado, can we start with you? Would you like to come to the podium?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ayman Rabi again. I'm just coming from Palestine, from West Bank, but our project is implemented or being implemented in Gaza. And I think you have been hearing lately over the last 2 years what is going on in Gaza. We started our project, of course, a year before the atrocity happened and the conflict happened in Gaza. We tried to manage like several accomplishments, and I would like to start by the first slide. With the original objective of the research is how we can really highlight the importance of women-led
agroecological farming systems in Gaza and how they are contributing really to the local economy, despite the fact that 20% of this kind of projects are really contributing to the local food system in Gaza. They are not really officially recognized as part of the official system. We started, and of course, unfortunately, we had to shift a little bit and to change this objective during this current war, and we now are really focusing more on the life saving of the people in Gaza by trying to create food system that it is resilient to the current war situation. We start focusing on this women-led initiatives, how we can really foster their resilience, how we can maintain their sustainability, even in the space which is still available for them and they can access it safely. We managed so far to maintain such thing, especially in 2 locations, in the Gaza city and in the middle area of Gaza Strip, but unfortunately in the south we could not, because there is no longer something called South in Gaza, because it is all like wiped off. Next slide, please. So the accomplishment so far, of course, we started with this baseline survey that we wanted to establish the baseline conditions for the women-led initiatives and their contribution toward like the food system in Gaza. The main results we obtained says that 68% of this women-led initiatives are considered the main source of income for the families in Gaza, yet this main source of income is not recognized, is not accounted for in the official records and in official statistics. The second important, of course, result is that, of course, 60% of these initiatives are really utilizing or considering or adapting agroecological practices, which means that they are part of the green economy that we are, of course, talking about right now. Now, the second major activity was to launch something we called Challenge Prize. We wanted also to connect the women entrepreneurs and agripreneurs with the research institutes in Gaza, and bringing all the academic as well as the practitioners as well as women into one like pot, so that they can really contribute toward like creating knowledge and exchanging information and learning from each other. So we launched this kind of contest. We received 15 proposals by women-led research teams, and we evaluated that during a hackathon, and then we selected finally 4 projects that won the prizes. And the 4 projects that was selected, it also concentrate on the green economy. The first one was on how really to utilize or to reduce the biological waste by converting it into compost through different techniques. The second project was recycling or integrated recycling of gray water, which is, of course, again, it is something related to the recycling and, of course, reduction of freshwater use. The third one is protein, and, of course, again, how to utilize the biological waste in creating fodder and, of course, reducing this into like more productive work. The third activity, of course, I'm not just wanted to just elaborate more. The third important activity is launching what we call it agroecological diploma that will target women agripreneur in particular, and of course that has been accredited by the Ministry of Education, yet it was supposed to be launched on the 10th of October 2023, yet the war was before us on the 7th of October, so we couldn't do, and yet we will just continue on this. And finally, we are talking about policy review and utilizing the research results that we are getting in order to review policy and present alternative policy that will acknowledge more women contribution, especially on this kind of informal contribution that it is existing right now. The next slide, please. Like finally, while we just conducted or continued our research during the current war, as you can see here, of course, the war impact on this kind of projects was enormous. More than 48% of the projects has been lost, damaged totally. 45% of them has lost their their input material, and access to land and all these resources. So we talk about more than 90% of the projects that we were concentrating on and we are considering has been lost either totally or partially or affected by this. And as you can see in the pictures down, all the installations that was made in the research that invested has been demolished by the Israeli occupation, and therefore we lost at least the challenge prize research that has been invested in, and we tried now to at least build a little bit on what so far results that we have. Finally, we are of course considering relaunching the diploma online instead of just physical, and we agreed with a local university in West Bank to be the kind of host for this online diploma. Yesterday, before I came, we got the accreditation again for this new university, and we're starting, we will open this again in October for the 20 women agripreneurs who will be participating and will be subsidized by the project in order to be enrolled and get their, of course, diploma on the agroecological farming. Lastly, we are producing a revised policy paper that will incorporate women's role, of course, in the food system and in the local agricultural economy, especially under crisis situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayman, for not just giving us a very comprehensive overview, but also not even waiting for me to give you a signal to finish on time. So thank you for this concreteness. But before we move to the next presentation, I want to actually maybe throw a question at you just to keep it a bit more engaging. You talked about very clear objectives for the project, and when we're specifically addressing women farmers, about their resilience and about sustaining food production. Within the current context, what can we hope for in terms of rebuilding, those systems and rebuilding the knowledge that would actually sustain what you have done so far and how you can scale it, hopefully, the day after?
Yeah, thank you very much, Wissam. That's really interesting. An important question too. One of the main lessons learned from this kind of situation is, of course, how you can maintain at least the knowledge that you have created over the kind of period that you are there, yet how you can also maintain what we call the kind of infrastructure. Infrastructure, for example, the local seeds that was gathered during the past era, and how you can preserve them and you move it with you so that you can just utilize it and produce food in the area that you will be located in this kind of transition. When you want to build or rebuild the system, of course, building on and basing on the knowledge that has been gained, of course, it is important to build a more resilient system toward the kind of shocks and crises, not only the conflict, but also the climate change. And therefore, it is very, very important to consider this kind of adaptation mechanism toward like the different problems and different crises. And therefore, people need to learn how really to manage with the least resources and under different conditions, including the crisis.
If I may just elaborate a little bit on your answer. So, if you were to redesign that project now, what more adaptations would you do to the design so that it can become more kind of like agile for, situations of conflict?
Definitely, I will start definitely with, of course, what type of knowledge exists in terms of like local knowledge or indigenous knowledge, as you can describe it, and then build on that knowledge on how to really develop and how we can really move forward in order to make our food systems more sustainable and more resilient toward the current crisis. The second very important element is, of course, in terms of like input materials, all of the input materials are literally coming from outside, and therefore trying to find alternatives for these kind of input materials from within the local environment so that we can really design our own food systems sustainably without interference from outside.
Thank you so much, and I'm sure we're going to come back to you. Jumana, would you like to share with us your Thank you, Wissam, and for the introductions, and good afternoon, everyone. Today, I will share the story of solidarity initiatives for women-led community kitchens in Lebanon. These initiatives that began in crisis evolved into powerful models of sustainability, equity, and solidarity. Let me begin with the context that gave rise to this work. Next, please. So before I begin, I want to brief you on the Next Generation Leadership Collective, NGLC, which is a global collective of women at all career levels working to advance courageous leadership practices to redress power imbalances in nutrition and food systems. Its vision is an equitable and sustainable food system for a well-nourished world. In 2024, as a war in Lebanon, the Israeli war in Lebanon, there were 1.2 million people displaced, and many of them sought shelters in schools and public buildings. The IDP centers are the schools and public buildings. With formal systems failing, women-led community kitchens stepped in, not just to offer and feed the displaced families, but to care and lead the community. At the heart of this, there is one question that we asked ourselves. Can grassroots initiatives do more than meet immediate needs? Can they become models for sustainable and equitable food system? So as part of the NGLC IDRC funded projects, the American University of Beirut partnered with community kitchen focal points to understand and support their role in women-led community-based innovation in crisis. Next, please. What started as a response to war and displacement quickly became much more. These kitchens evolved into more than a crisis response. They are part of a transformative and broad shift in food system leadership and sustainability. For example, the first icon, day-to-day operations including cooking, cleaning schedules, meal timing, menu choices were made collaboratively among IDPs and the focal points. Community kitchens served as safe spaces for listening, empathy, mutual support, and healing for the IDPs. Women designed meals to be nutritious and low waste. Plastic was avoided in favor of reusable containers. Local food sourcing was prioritized and knowledge sharing flourished on the food safety and Mooney preparation. Does everyone know what is Mooney? It's preparing traditional food for the winter. So they keep it for the winter. The knowledge shared created opportunities for displaced people to join the economy with dignity, laying the ground for economic recovery and workforce integration. With this model, community kitchens introduced innovation, one that is locally sourced, environmentally conscious, and woman empowered. Next, please. So what we have witnessed is far from charity. The kitchens became blueprints for equitable, sustainable, and community-led recovery. They embodied solidarity. As one kitchen focal point said, they were living proof that strong community shares its burden. At the center of all of this, as you see, is women, leading with courage, care, and collaboration. They weren't just cooking. They were coordinating, making decisions, and reshaping power dynamics. Through this hands-on experience, women gained skills in logistics, resource management, and leadership. These skills can grow into social enterprises and support inclusive economy. And finally, sustainability wasn't just a feature, it was a value system. In the midst of the crisis, they embraced green practices, nutrition, and solidarity, challenging the short-term nature of traditional aid. So what we are left is not just an empowering story from Lebanon. It is a blueprint for equitable, sustainable, and women-led responses to crises everywhere. If these models are supported and scaled, they have the power to reshape food systems globally. Thank you.
Thank you again for a very timely and very comprehensive presentation, Jumana. And I'm going to throw another question at you, just connecting to earlier discussions that we had in other panels. We talked about that usually when we're trying to link, what we know with decision-making at the policy level, usually the voice of, the poorest of the poor is not really integrated. So how do you see the opportunity and the potential for women-led initiatives like the one you shared with us? How can we provide more space for them for policy engagement?
Okay, so in our project, we use an approach called co-design approach, where we worked with women and with the community kitchen focal points from the very beginning to address their needs and to design with them the activities that will lead to change. So at the heart of our work, both of us aligned the values. We have alignment of the values, and for them to advance this food systems that contribute to green economy. We weren't working alone. We worked hand in hand with the focal points and the community, women-led community kitchens to achieve what we wanted to achieve. So the key here is the co-design with them, and it's based on the needs. All the activities were worked together. We worked together, equity, resource, shared resources, and a social enterprise.
And maybe just out of curiosity, when institutions, economic institutions, development organizations are trying to facilitate the process for community-based establishments to take space in the ecosystem, how easy is it to kind of graduate them, like that they become independent, that they speak for themselves?
So at the American University of Beirut, we have 3 centers, one on knowledge to policy, one on research, and one on practice. Center for Practice. So these 3 centers work together, and whatever comes from the policy, from the research center is channeled into the policy center and the practice center. So we build relationships with these communities. It's not just we start from zero. It's cultivating relationship with these communities that keeps them ongoing. We're not just preaching them. It's not a top-down approach. It's a bottom-down approach. And as I said, it's co-working with them all the time.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's move from, the Levant to North Africa. And if we can invite you, Khadija, to give us an overview of your project. Khadija, it's already connected. If you will just ask Alexandrine to share the next slide, she will happily do it for you.
Sorry, I am going to speak in French, but I do it slowly to give more time for traduction. Bonjour à tout le monde. Merci de m'avoir invité et félicitations pour l'organisation. Mon intervention concerne un projet d'accompagnement pour réduire les inégalités et accroître la part des femmes dans les bénéfices des projets d'un plan de développement actuellement élaboré et mis en œuvre au Maroc. Je rappelle que ce plan est destiné pour réduire au fait les inégalités sociales, dont la réduction également des inégalités basées sur le genre. Et c'est les projets dans ce programme-là, c'est des projets qu'on appelle des projets solidaires. Donc c'est l'appellation. Donc c'est dans des zones, ils se déroulent dans des zones très impactées par les changements climatiques et également très pauvres, où il y a des poches de pauvreté. Le suivant. Donc, il est connu au Maroc que la femme participe énormément dans l'agriculture et dans toutes les filières. Globalement, la participation est supérieure à 50% et pratiquement, mais ils captent très peu de bénéfices. Leur potentiel économique est inexploité. Il y a une recherche récente réalisée par une institution étatique qui a démontré que la perte, le manque à gagner est de 25 millions de dirhams annuellement, ce qui représente 2,2% de PIB, donc annuellement. Et ceci, malgré les politiques. Il y a eu énormément de politiques développées au Maroc, que ce soit des politiques, disons, pour améliorer le droit, ou également des politiques pour réduire les inégalités économiques. Mais malgré tout ça, il n'y a pas eu de... Donc, dans ce nouveau programme, qui s'appelle Génération verte, Green Generation, on a eu l'appui de CRDI, un projet parallèle qui va accompagner donc le programme, la génération verte, pour donc chercher le pourquoi, qui sont les raisons, qui sont les contraintes, essayer de trouver des solutions à ces contraintes, afin de réduire les inégalités toujours. La suivante, s'il vous plaît. Donc la méthodologie était simple. Et se compose pratiquement de 5 phases. Il y avait d'abord la capitalisation, pour savoir un peu où on est dans le renforcement de la capacité et le renforcement des capacités, de la capacité des femmes. Et par la suite, on a fait un diagnostic. Le diagnostic, il a porté sur 9 coopératives qui étaient fonctionnelles, parce qu'il y a d'autres coopératives qui ne sont pas fonctionnelles dans la même zone et qu'on a attaquées par la suite. Donc, l'approche était mixte. D'abord, des enquêtes individuelles pour savoir ce qui se passe au niveau des ménages, déjà, la relation entre hommes et femmes. Et puis, il était aussi qualitatif avec des focus group bien développés pour écouter. Les focus group étaient soit aussi bien parfois des hommes, des femmes, ou les deux mixtes quand on cherchait d'autres choses, des interactions entre hommes et femmes. Le pilotage, donc après avoir fait ressortir les contraintes après le diagnostic et après avoir cherché les solutions, on a essayé de valider ça avec les institutions, parce qu'on ne peut pas faire des choses si les institutions ne suivent pas. Notre institution partenaire principale, il y a d'autres, on verra dans les résultats, mais la principale, c'est l'agriculture, c'est le ministère de l'Agriculture. Donc on a validé avec les structures locales et régionales les contraintes et les solutions. Donc pratiquement, ils ont validé tout au niveau local, sauf une, qu'ils ont dit que non, c'est pas ça. Donc on a travaillé selon ce qu'ils voulaient. Donc une, c'est pas très grave, c'est la majorité quand même, une vingtaine. Et parallèlement, chaque année, on organise des ateliers pour communiquer progressivement, pour qu'il n'y ait pas de surprise à la fin. Donc on communiquait et on dialoguait progressivement avec toutes les instances, que ce soit locales, régionales, et même maintenant on a commencé au niveau central. notre objectif, au fait, c'est de travailler sur quelque chose de palpable, quelque chose qui peut aboutir à des résultats effectifs et rapides.
2 minutes,
la suivante, s'il vous plaît.
2 minutes.
La suivante, s'il vous plaît. Donc, les contraintes, la vingtaine de contraintes, ils étaient 40% d'ordre lié à des aspects stratégiques, comme les critères d'éligibilité, l'insuffisance de l'institutionnalisation de l'approche genre, et 60% de nature locale, qui sont aussi scindés entre des contraintes endogènes ou exogènes ou mixtes. Donc, je vais aller directement, le choix a été porté sur les contraintes qui ont la possibilité, ou les solutions qui ont la possibilité de mise en œuvre facile, possibilité de généralisation à l'échelle nationale et possibilité de démontrer un impact direct sur la réduction des inégalités. Donc, parmi les solutions maintenant, on a commencé par la plus importante qui est changer la convention qui lie l'État avec les coopératives et qui lie donc les structures locales avec... Donc d'abord, le quota des femmes, on a exigé que pour avoir accès au financement, parce que c'est des coopératives financées presque à 100% en dehors de terrain qu'ils rapportent pour les constructions. Donc d'abord, le quota qu'on a fixé pour le moment à 30%, mais qui doit être évolutif avec le temps, et aux instances décisionnelles aussi 30%. Inscription de l'ensemble des bénéficiaires, parce qu'avant il y avait les fondateurs, très souvent des hommes, qui s'inscrivent sur le registre de commerce et qui s'inscrivent au tribunal comme fondateurs, donc propriétaires de tous les biens de la coopérative, alors que les femmes elles étaient exclues, ou les jeunes même parfois. La formation juridique, parce que on a constaté aussi dans le diagnostic que les gens ignorent la loi sur les coopératives, donc il fallait renforcer leur connaissance des droits. L'alphabétisation fonctionnelle, la majorité des femmes étaient analphabètes. L'éducation financière et la bancarisation des femmes, parce qu'on a remarqué que le fait qu'ils sont pas bancarisés, ils ne reçoivent pas les dividendes. Parmi les solutions stratégiques, introduire dans le processus une analyse sociale et organisationnelle pour éviter les erreurs qu'on voit sur le terrain, revoir les règles d'accessibilité au projet, parce que les critères d'éligibilité étaient les mêmes pour les hommes qui sont relativement aisés et les femmes qui n'ont rien, ainsi que les jeunes au chômage. Donc il faut revoir tous les critères d'éligibilité, trouver des solutions avec les banques, et c'est un dialogue qu'on doit instaurer entre le ministère et les banques pour que l'État finance un fonds au niveau des banques, revoir l'approche, etc., revoir la loi des coopératives. Ça, c'est aussi récent, voilà. Et en conclusion, on peut dire que réduire les inégalités du genre implique l'adoption d'une approche globale visant à transformer les structures et les normes pour intégrer la dimension aux politiques et aux aspects environnementaux. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. I will switch to English for the question. Is the translation working now? No? Okay, we'll try. Okay. This is a very interesting project. I'm very curious to know, not at a structural level, but at a personal level, how did the women receive the changes, particularly to be formally registered and to be included in decision making? Did you get that? Maybe someone can, yeah. Yeah. Khadija, so Alexandrine will translate to you the question. C'est bien? So my question, just very quickly. So my question is, on a personal level, not at a structural and organizational level, how did you feel that those changes were received or were challenges for the women themselves to be included in the decision making and to be formally registered? It's a little bit different.
Donc, oui, ça y est, j'ai compris. Merci. Donc, ça dépend des coopératives. Il y a certaines coopératives où les femmes, ils ont juste commencé à avoir confiance en soi, mais sans trop réagir devant les hommes, parce que les hommes, ils ont encore la main. Il faut dire que les coopératives qu'on accompagne, c'est pas les mêmes coopératives qui sont déjà sur lesquelles on a fait le diagnostic, parce que le ministère n'a pas voulu qu'on touche à ces coopératives qui sont fonctionnelles, du moment où ils ont d'autres qui ne sont pas fonctionnelles. Donc, ils ont jugé qu'on doit accompagner les nouvelles coopératives. Donc, on est en train d'accompagner des nouvelles coopératives. Donc, quand on est arrivé, les hommes étaient pratiquement, il y avait toujours 2 ou 3 hommes avec des femmes. Donc, on a essayé d'examiner. Là où il y avait une équité dans les décisions, où on avait la chance d'avoir une équité, on a laissé comme ça la composition. Là, on a vu qu'il y avait les hommes qui demandent pratiquement que les femmes n'arrivent même pas à s'exprimer dans les réunions. On a dit, si vous voulez désolé, si vous voulez avoir accès au financement, vous devez décider si c'est un projet féminin ou masculin. Mais ça ne peut pas continuer comme ça. Donc, ils ont renouvelé la composition des coopératives. On a en même temps demandé l'élargissement pour aller vers l'inclusion sociale. Et donc, dans ces coopératives, ça va. On a fait des formations, on a regardé qu'il y a une petite évolution dans la confiance en soi, dans la prise de décision, pas tout à fait, mais ça va. Dans celle qui est mixte, c'est bien parce que c'est des jeunes, donc ils sont alphabétisés, sont passés par parfois même l'université, donc c'est bon. On était obligé d'écarter une, parce que la présidente, elle a donné la procuration à son papa, malgré que c'est interdit dans la loi. Donc on l'a écarté complètement et on est en train encore de travailler. C'est un grand chantier, c'est pas aussi facile. Et je pense que c'est pour ça que on est très mal placé, malgré tous les progrès que le Maroc a fait en ces matières-là, pour l'égalité, on est très très mal placé dans l'indice de développement de genre. Si vous regardez, on est 137 sur 140, je pense. On est parmi les derniers pays. Et c'est à cause de ça.
Ok, merci beaucoup.
Okay. Question, non?
I think we will get more questions, but we need to fix the translation so that people can also engage with you directly. So I want to move to the other presentation from Morocco. And we will, are you going to be speaking in French or English? Okay. It's not your fault. It's not working. Okay, great.
Hello. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I will try to be as quick as possible. So, in my case, I will be talking about a project where we done a scaling up of quinoa value chain to improve food and nutritional security in poor rural community of Morocco. Why quinoa? First, quinoa is a strategic crop for Morocco and a high nutritional crop that can grow under abiotic stress condition, either water or salinity stress, in marginal environment. So it presents a high economic and water saving value compared to other cereals like wheat and barley. Give you an example, quinoa, 1 hectare could give you over 3 times revenue than 1 hectare of cereal or the barley. But also it needs half of the water for growing that crop. So that's the reason we're looking to this crop. So where we tested this project. The project was implemented in a region called Arhamna. It's the same place where the 3G now is going on. So where we have a significant number of farmers lives under poverty threshold, over 6,000 families, and where quinoa value chain already exists, but constrained by various factors. Quinoa was introduced as a drought resilient crop would provide with a high revenue. So the situation even in that area was aggravated by the climate change, drought particularly. We have more than 5 years of drought, and also by an insect that attacked one of the major crops they have there for forage and for food, cactus. So this crop was totally destructive. So the objective of this project was to upgrade the existing value chain, support small farmers, and particularly women cooperative, in the production and processing the quinoa, promote quinoa-based product to stimulate market demand. So the lesson we learned from this project, after the research undertaken even during the COVID situation, that first, you cannot empower gender without empowering all actors of the whole value chain. That's first thing. The second, scaling up quinoa value chain to improve food and nutritional security in poor, nutrient, rural community of Morocco, we need first continuous training of the farmers about quinoa processing and best practice particularly, enhancing the public awareness on the nutritional health and benefit of quinoa, but also government commitment toward food security, women inclusion through policy provision. So what are some impact factors? Next one. So the project, if you want to say, empowered women by integrating them in the upgrading of the quinoa value chain, particularly in the processing and in the market level. So those were we in. At the processing level, we helped the private sector to develop a machine that allowed the women to remove saponin, which diversified their quinoa-based product. So that's one thing. And at the market level, we linked them with the niche market in a different supermarket. So in conclusion, so to make it easier and give you more time since you're asking for more time, so I would say that the project demonstrates that a target investment in a climate resilient crop like quinoa with gender sensitive value chain upgrading can simultaneously advance women economic empowerment and accelerate the green economic transition. The key policy lesson of this goal is, or not, I mean, if you want to say that the key policy lesson that this goal are not separate, but are deeply interconnected and can be achieved through integrated intervention, focusing on technology, market, and support institutional. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. The quinoa project is a kind of a flagship project at IDRC. It's considered a success project. So I want to ask you on a personal level 2 questions that I'm very curious about. I've never asked Marwan about those, so I'm going to ask you since I have you on the panel. I think the selection of a strategic new crop, it requires a lot of openness at a policy level to make such a decision. So I'm very curious to know how you were able to engage the policymakers, particularly what's the role of the private sector in kind of stimulating that open ecosystem. And the second part of my question is that it's also always challenging at a community level. I've seen when I visited Morocco last time that, for example, barley is being used as also another climate resilient crop to replace wheat or to be integrated with wheat for bread, for example, production.
It takes a lot of community awareness. So how do you do that as part of a project design?
Well, yes, yeah. So concerning the private, it's the key engagement of the private in the. It's much more related to the benefit they're getting and also the benefit they will give to the people that are using those machines. So I think the Perlin machine that we use for saponin extraction to reduce saponin level in the quinoa was a very important factor for the women. First, it allowed reduce the hard work. So it will take, for example, 1 hour to 2 hours to produce 1 kilogram of removing saponin by hand, as a machine could do between 100 up to 120 kilograms per hour. So that's one thing. It's removing this hard work for the women to be used other ways, in the market, in doing other things. The second, in the processing, the fact that you remove the saponin allowed that the cooperative have a good quality product, so they could enhance the marketability, but also they can diversify their quinoa-based product. The third one, and I think it's the market integration, the fact that we are linking the production with the market to a niche market, for example, in other supermarkets, it's something that allow to increase the revenue of those women that are introducing these new crops.
And this helped also with the community engagement. Yeah. Okay, before I move to Sarah for the regional kind of perspective, I want to give another kind of like question, maybe to engage Khadija another time.
Khadija.
No, let me, I'm testing the interpretation. Is it working now? No, I want to ask another question that I directed to you first. Is it working, the translation? Okay, good. Both projects actually are happening in Rahamna. Both are working with the aim of engagement of women, you know. Both are trying to establish cooperatives, correct? And both are trying to create a value chain approach. What is the level of coordination and exchange between both projects, and how do you use successful models in the same community to scale it up with policymakers? Is it clear for you, the question? Yes, but with the coordination of two examples.
Well, first, okay. Those two projects was not undertaken at the same time. Sure. Yeah, the quinoa's project started in 2017, right? And the project of gender, I think, started in 2021, I think. Yeah. So.
But now that you know that those two projects are successful projects in Rahmana, is there an opportunity for using them for engagement of policymakers and scalability or not?
I think so. I can talk about quinoa, but I'll leave the part of gender issue and 3G, what we call the Gendering Green Generation Program, which is what we call the ministry strategy for this coming 10 years from 2020 to 2030. So I think for quinoa, we could already say that we have sensibilized the policymakers that now within this green generation, because we were in the plan Maroc vert before, okay? Quinoa, it's part of the green generation to be to be upscaled in different parts of Morocco. During our project, we already did an upscaling in the south of Morocco, in Laayoune, where we had cooperative using quinoa to be included in their what we call couscous-based things. And we also in the northern part, so that means we went from the extreme. We were in the middle, and in the northern part now, we also have a program in developing quinoa in that region. So and within the Hamna, within the green generation, I think she's piloting one of those cooperative now, where government is putting almost $1 million to have a very sophisticated unit to do many byproduct, not only couscous, but other product that it's undertaking now. So that's, I think, the policy have...
They paid attention.
They paid attention.
Fantastic. Khadija.
Juste pour compléter ce qu'il a dit mon collègue, nous, quand on a, tout à l'heure, j'avais dit qu'on a travaillé sur 9, puis après on a ajouté d'autres. Alors, parmi les coopératives qu'on a ajoutées, il y a la coopérative quinoa. Pourquoi? Parce qu'on a remarqué que les femmes travaillent énormément, d'abord parce que les agriculteurs ne sont pas encore bien équipés pour enlever la saponine, donc c'est un travail des femmes. Et puis, comme il a dit, il y a des coopératives qui ont commencé à utiliser le quinoa pour le couscous. Donc, c'est un apport nutritionnel. Et donc, nous avons remarqué que la coopérative de quinoa que la génération verte est en train d'équiper et d'investir énormément d'argent n'inclut que 22 femmes sur une soixantaine. Donc, automatiquement, maintenant, on est en train de travailler pour inclure plus de femmes, d'abord en tant que membres, puisque le travail, pratiquement, il y a 50%, même plus, et dans les organes décisionnels également, de les réunir, de les intégrer, et de les intégrer en tant que propriétaires dans les biens de la coopérative au niveau juridique et au niveau de registre de commerce.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Okay, I know that we're running a bit out of time, so I'm gonna head over to Sarah to give us an overview of the project at the regional level.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? All right. So I'm going to try to keep this short. Today I will be presenting my friend and I findings. Isra Medhat, she's my co-author for the baseline review of gender equality and inclusion in 6 MENA region countries. So we did this preliminary report or review of Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Lebanon, Sudan, and Tunisia. And our main aim was to try and highlight any gaps in quantitative and qualitative research within these 6 countries. And this was a part of a larger IDRC funded project that wanted to examine how women are engaging in MSMEs and how are they positioned within the larger renewable energy sector. So our overarching goal is to try and look at women in the MENA region not only as consumers of energy, but also as active players and producers of energy. Okay, yeah, right slide. Yeah. Okay, so why is this important? I'm going to provide a little bit of context, which probably all of you are familiar with it by now. So the MENA region has the 2nd largest gender gap globally after South Asia, and that's according to the Global Gender Gap Report of 2022. The 2024 one is out and actually shows that the MENA region comes last among all other regions with a gender parity score of 64%. So, and it's also obvious, given that women's business participation stands at around 19% regionally versus 34% globally. And with regards to the renewable energy sector, it's only between 7 and 9% in the MENA region compared to a 32% of a global average. And of course, as we've mentioned before, like these disparities, like they differ across countries. It's not a heterogeneous region. So Tunisia is characterized by having high women's entrepreneurship, around 49%. It's pioneering in inclusive policies. Jordan still lags behind with around 14% of women participating in businesses. It still encounters strong legal and social barriers. And then Egypt regulatory framework is improving. However, the informality still remains a problem. And Morocco is Africa's leading leader with regards to renewable energy. However, female labor force participation remains quite low in the country. Both Lebanon and Sudan have a lot of problems with regard to data and literature, and they also face a lot of political and energy crisis and instability. So, moving on to the next slide. Briefly speaking, what we focus on in our research is conducting a systematic literature review to try and provide those data gaps so we can tailor the primary data collection for each of those 6 countries. So what we did in our lit review is look at labor market and employment, looking at STEM and vocational education, looking at the landscapes of MSMEs, looking at the policy and regulatory frameworks for all of these countries to try to provide a skeleton for researchers when they are designing their own surveys and when they are conducting their quantitative and qualitative studies. So, what did we find? Briefly speaking, we all know about the MENA paradox. So yeah, a lot of women are becoming more and more educated. This education and health gap in the MENA region is closing. However, it's not translated, it's not mirrored into higher employment or representation in STEM. So key lesson here, progress in education is not sufficient. Next slide, please. So the other findings as well is that women-led businesses are generally more vulnerable, concentrated in low-value sectors. And the other thing is, and I think we fail to shed light on this, that entrepreneurs sometimes often come from more privileged households, which highlight this inequality in access and opportunity. And then last but not least is the unpaid care work, which still places this uneven burden on women. And finally, there are the data gaps. And before I go to the policy and practice implications, I'm just going to quickly shed light on the data gaps. Do I have time? Okay, awesome. So, first of all, as mentioned earlier, obtaining gender disaggregated data, employment data, that's up to date. Some countries are faring well in terms of employment data that's up to date. Others are still lagging behind. There's also the lack of intersectional data between gender, informality, urban versus rural. And then it's not only just about the availability of the data, but it's also about the quality of the data pertaining to women's engagement in the clean energy sector. A lot of the statistics that we found about women's engagement in renewable energy was mostly conducted by IRENA and dated back to 2018 or 2017. So again, there's lack of detailed data within that sector. And furthermore, there's even lack of data on factors that affect women within MSMEs and both the renewable energy sector in those countries. Also, there's lacking data on education and training. Again, when we try to look at statistics of women engaging in STEM education or being enrolled in STEM education, most of the data dates back to around 2017, 2018. And there is still a lot of room to expand on data regarding women engagement in MSMEs and their financial inclusion. So again, this intersectoral analysis needs to be conducted. We need to be very intentional about having this gender lens within our analysis. And if I have time, do I have time for this? Out of time? Okay, perfect. So policy and practice implications is that, first of all, payment on women's education is important, it's insufficient. Legal reforms, it's important to try and remove restrictions on women's industries and inheritance and land rights and their access to and ownership of assets. And then the care economy, again, providing policies that provide health, like child care and elderly care that help ease that burden on women, and then access to finance, so targeting credit and investment support for women-led MSMEs, and then finally addressing data and policy. Thank you so much. That would be all from me.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I gave you 3 minutes more because you were giving us the regional kind of like perspective. And because it's also highlighting, you know, that we have lots of opportunities, lots of good examples in this region. And while we have the challenges, there's a lot of potential to also learn from across the region and from across other regions as well. So I think this is really something important. I want to give a couple of minutes in case there are questions in the room, and then we can see if there's anything also online. If you don't mind, just tell us who you're addressing your question to and try to make it brief.
Hi, to Quinoa project.
We don't hear you.
Because when you talk about saving maybe closer. When you mention anything about saving water at the same time, cash crops or revenues, it drew my attention. Thank you. Yeah, about the quinoa. I heard about the quinoa, and people, they know about it and they want it, but the problem, it is very expensive here. My question is, if you have an idea about the Jordan situation, it can be grown here or not? Because I tried this with argan oil and they told me in Morocco it is prohibited to export this plant, so they keep it for themselves. And if I will take the seed, it takes ages to have this. I'm looking for crops that can help farmers, more cash crops, more revenues with very little water. So with quinoa, is it, and how possible, I don't know if the project is under your organization, how Jordan can benefit and make like a pilot of this? Because they establish advisory committee for JEPA, which is Jordanian exporter, and you know them. I will be a member in that one. So how possible to expand this to the Jordanian?
Okay, great. Let's see if there's another couple of questions and then we answer them. Okay, at the back. Raise your hand so that they see you, yeah? Okay. So three. We'll take three. Okay. So Catherine, Hanif, and the lady at the back.
Yeah, women-led businesses. I wonder if anybody else is a little bit confronted that I feel here in the region that even among women, the concept of collaboration is not so embedded. And I wonder what are the tools to improve this?
Okay, let's keep the questions telegraphic.
Thanks. Yeah, no, this is also a question for Dr. Redouane. In terms of, quinoa could be a game changer, but I don't know, how do you change, and maybe it was a question that Wissam asked as well, is how do you change, it requires behavior change. Maybe in Morocco, couscous and quinoa are sort of similar, so it's easy to replace. I work on Iraq, and so the incentives are very much for farmers to grow wheat because the government is subsidizing wheat. So how do we, I guess first we have to change people's behaviors, but then we also have to, convince policymakers that to incentivize crops that are much more efficient with water use and are more adapted to sort of the climate here. So I guess in addition to Jordan, is there a scope within the region for this crop to be introduced? Thanks.
Okay, great. Last question, the lady in the back.
My question to Dr. Ayman, could you elaborate on how community-led resilience models address both immediate risks and long-term risks, as well as what kind of policy or intervention do you believe is the most urgently needed at such situation that's happening in Gaza or Lebanon?
Thank you very much. So over to you, whoever wants to ask the question. Maybe we can start with you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. I think for quinoa, yes, you can grow it in all MENA region. As a matter of fact, we grow it in Lebanon. There's a program that has been started and it's undergoing. We grow it in Egypt. So I think the climate you have, it's possible to grow it. And if you need a seed, we imported seed from a center located in Dubai, where they have done a lot of work in terms of selecting more drought and salt tolerant quinoa. So I can give you the address and they will be willing to give you the seeds. We imported 5 varieties from them and we registered them in Morocco. And now we're using it with no problem. I think most important, you cannot grow quinoa if you don't assure a market. So you need to develop the whole value chain. If you have a market, I think there is it's not only couscous as a final destination for quinoa. You can use it as a soup. You can use it. McDonald's, even if you go to Dubai, they use it as a salad, part of a salad. So there is many other possibility. We've been using it also as a cake and so on and so forth. You cannot use it as a bread 100%. You can use up to 60% because it's gluten free. So the market could be created for the people that are gluten sensitive. So I think there and the possibility of the developing a quinoa program could be based on different aspects related to specificity of your country.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Maybe over to you.
Thank you very much. I think your question in relation to like the short-term and long-term, resilience, in terms of like short-term under complex situation, it is something very challenging, especially because this will require saving lives and how you will just make sure that you will make food available and how you will make sure that these projects which is running under conflict keep running in order to produce the food needed, and how this will be linked to other initiatives also existing within the same environment. For example, in the case of Lebanon and Palestine, the same way, like the kitchens, like the community kitchens, the tikiyas that we are having, how you keep supplying the food that you are producing to those communal community kitchens that will keep catering the displaced people, whether it is in the IDPs or in the different places that they are really displaced in. This is in the short term. In the long term, of course, there should be a more like policy that will focus on how you will just maintain your own seeds, your own food produced locally, utilizing, of course, your local seeds, the baladi seeds we call it, because the baladi seeds is more resilient, it's more like adapted to the local conditions, climate in particular, and how, of course, you will just reduce your dependence on the external imported seed as well as other input materials. Given the type of problem that we are facing here in the Middle East, especially the water shortage, we would encourage always like having like varieties that it is, of course, reducing the water usage. And of course, we are also encouraging what we call the agroecological farming practice, and not only utilizing monocrop, but multi-crop in the same kind of go, so that you can diversify your food, and therefore you are reducing the water quantity and producing the food quantity and quality that you are, of course, anticipating. Thank you.
I want to thank very much everybody on the panel for sharing their experiences and being very open about, sharing the wealth of knowledge that you have, and encourage you to continue also during lunch to exchange with other colleagues who have shown interest in in your project. Maybe we can take a photo together before we conclude the session, and then we'll move into the closing ceremony.
I just also wanted to add that we have posters of the projects that were just presented. So if you want additional information on your way out, you can have a look at those posters.
So I was also instructed by my colleagues that all the other panelists should come up on the stage so that we can have a group photo of all the panelists. So please come on board. تعالوا تعالوا. تعالوا عايزين a group hug. Okay, I think everybody's getting very hungry, including myself. So I want to close the conference with some concluding remarks and observations before we can move to lunch. So I first want to say how very satisfied I am and very inspired by many of the discussions that we had today. We have had really a wealth of experiences, a wealth of perspectives from all the panelists, representing, academia, representing policymakers, private sector, and, entrepreneurs and civil society. So I feel that we have not only tackled a very important agenda, which is very, very important on the sustainable development perspective, but also we have managed to make, I think, huge connections, and I would anticipate that it would also offer new potential for collaborations and alliances going forward. I don't want to go through the details. There's a lot of lessons learned that has come through the experiences that have been shared. So I want to first maybe share with you a little bit of the next steps that we anticipate to follow through with you. So in the coming weeks, we will share a brief summary report of today's event,
along with links to the key resources and the project highlights, in addition, of course, to the list of participants, which I think is already in your package, but just so that we can ensure that you have all the connections you need. We definitely encourage you to stay connected with IDRC and with all the partners that you have met here, so that the exchange and the collaboration does not end with the end of a one-day event, but it continues beyond the boundaries of this beautiful room. And definitely there will be follow-up that we will also ensure that we can have a series that we engage you more to get your experience out, shared with a lot more partners. But before we officially close, I would like to take a few moments to make some due, thanks and appreciation. So first of all, I would like to thank all of you for participating, for making the time, for those of you traveling also to participate with us in person. Thank you very much for this. I would like to thank you, Nadia, for being very diligent, taking a lot of nice and beautiful photos, and I'm sure that the wealth of your creativity will also be shared with the group, and we will be able to use them in different settings. I want to thank Al-Ula for organizing, the setup and with the translation, even though there was a little bit of a hiccup, but I'm sure that for every time there is always, some technology never still keeps us, functioning all the time. So malish, but thank you very much for the interpreters and for all the hard work that you have been doing. I want to also acknowledge this beautiful room, and I know that Catherine was admiring also the bathroom, so thank you, Hilton and Man, for hosting us in this beautiful room. It's so amazing. I always ask for a room with daylight because it makes a lot of difference on the morale and engagement of people. And I want to also thank very much my IDRC colleagues who have made a lot of effort in curating this day. And I want to specify Alexandrine, please stand up. And Joanna, who just came back from maternity leave and hit the ground running. So thank you both. And they have been working as an amazing team together. And also colleagues who are not with us in the room, Hiba, Siba, the ones who have also worked on your logistics. So thank you once again, and let's go have lunch on the ground floor in the lobby. Thank you very much.